Good morning. Good morning, all of you. I propose we get started. Before we begin, a quick reminder, I would like to check your phones and put them to silent mode. I also have to inform you that this event is recorded and live streamed, so you can wave to your home audience if you want. And I hope you got the Wi-Fi password correctly. The Wi-Fi connection is Veles events, and the password is advertised everywhere here. It's Valencia 2020, I think. Contact us if you don't manage. So good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. This warm was drafted already some weeks ago. Sorry for that. Warm welcome for you to joining us here in Valencia for the 26th edition of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service General Assembly, the third edition already. Also to those following us online from across Europe and beyond, a warm welcome. Warm, so that applies to the whole of Europe, I'm afraid, and consider it as us bringing you the warmth of the Valencian summer to your desktop somewhere in Europe. Anyway, this year we are gathering at a time of major global and also European developments and at decisive moments. So this assembly is yet again an excellent opportunity to connect, reflect, and look ahead, with a central theme, the Mediterranean. I'm Tim Lemmens. I'm Policy Officer in the DEFIS Earth Observation Unit of the European Commission. I'm the desk officer following up the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service on behalf of DG DEFIS. And therefore, I will guide you through this 1.5 exciting day, which is put together not by me, but by the colleagues of the European Environment Agency and the Joint Research Center, our long-standing implementing partners. But first, to start, we are especially pleased to start our event with a welcome word by our host country. Please welcome with me on stage Elisa Rivera Mendoza, the General Director of Planning, Coordination and Knowledge Transfer of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities of Spain.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to have you here. Welcome to Spain. I'm really pleased to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities. We are really engaged with the Copernicus community, and it's more pleasure, even more, because I was part of this community. I was also working in the EA, so thank you, the EA and the GRC, for inviting me to make these welcome remarks. I will be very, very, very brief, but I just wanted to make you know that this product and this service is of the utmost importance. I mean, the title is just the way that we see it. You know that here in Valencia, and yesterday we've been with the mayors affected in the territory most affected by the floods in 2024, in October. Spain and this region was the most affected is one of the most affected by the climate change in Europe, and we suffered it in October. We are now working in this territory, but in this very first moment, we really work with these images and the services of the Copernicus emergency services, and all the images were really important to act in the emergency phase, but afterwards also in the recovery. We are now working on the resilience and recovery of this territory, and Copernicus and this product is really, really important. So first of all, our support from the Ministry of Science from Spain to this product, to this service, I was working in it since 2012. I was working in it for 15 years. I represent the users community in Brussels, in Spain, and we know how important it is to create this community. We know how important it is for the environmental intelligence. So just 3 key messages. Copernicus and the Land Management Service is really a relevant service for monitoring environmental and climate change policies. The collaboration program with users is also of the utmost importance. We started some years ago in the agency, and these national collaboration programs should be also engaged and should be enlarged to other communities. And the third thing is Spain really welcomed the in situ strategy that is also very important and was presented recently in the committee, the Copernicus Committee. This in situ strategy to foster the collaboration with the in situ producers is for Spain an utmost and really a key point, because you know that Spain was really fighting for years for collaborating and having and being really considered the in situ data and the official data to improve the products, to validate the products and the service. So Spain can only welcome this strategy. So we will be working with you and also to foster the collaboration across services. I think that Copernicus is one of the biggest, or is the biggest program in Europe to to monitor the climate change, but also to help policymakers as myself to work on it. And we want still to really improve and to support it. So, because for us, it's not only important for our researchers. I know that here we have a lot of researchers, but from the policy making point of view, this is a really key product. I was working for years with different ministers, Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Climate Change, Teresa Rivera, and they saw how important this product it was to know better our territory, to know better land changes, this environmental intelligence that you can have. And even more now that we are negotiating in Europe, then the forthcoming framework program, we know that we have to support it. So welcome to Spain, welcome to Valencia. Enjoy the conference, enjoy also the weather, and our really warm welcome to our country and to this community that I feel part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rivera, for welcoming us in this beautiful city and venue as well, and for your support, or the Spanish support, to the Copernicus program and the Land Service, of course. Next, I would like to welcome on stage 2 key representatives from our CLMS entrusted entities. Ivan Kulis, head of the unit Nature Conservation and Observation at the DG JRC, and Carl Hamilton, head of the digital department at the EEA.
Good morning to all, and it's great to be with this community for the 3rd time. Environmental intelligence, I like the word, and I think I'll try to weave it in my speech. As you know, the European Commission Joint Research Center and European Environmental Agency, we have a deep, very productive and long-standing relationship on the CLMS, on Land Monitoring Service. And it's not only operational, it really comes from a deep belief that right data, analyzed with rigor, and delivered at the right time, can change the way policymaking is being done. And to do this, we need to, and we are actually grateful to work with stakeholders on European and global level, because this only strengthens our effort. And really being here as a community together is much more impactful and much more productive than just the sum of our parts individually. And, you know, we have a certain belief, we have a certain conviction, and I was saying, and, you know, it's more urgent than ever, geopolitical events. But I think, you know, I think this event is kind of a little bit introduced also by the climate events that are happening now across Europe. And if you think also on the policy side, which was mentioned by the previous speaker, on the European level, the Commission will update the European Union climate adaptation strategy through the new European Climate Resilience and Risk Management Integrated Framework. Yeah? And this will very much take into account Earth observation data. And if you look at other European frameworks that are in the pipeline this year, they will also very much leverage and piggyback on Earth observation data. European Water Resilience Strategy, the European Ocean Pact, the Soil Monitoring Law. I think overall what we see on the European level is a very, very big uptake. In the previous multi-annual financial framework, we had less than 10 references to Earth observation and Copernicus. In this MFF, we have 90 plus specific and explicit references to MFF. And that is because it is recognized how Earth observation data and Copernicus in particular are vital to help us plan, to help us implement, and to help us also monitor policies. Yeah. And on the global level, where JSE has been focusing the bulk of its work, we also see important developments. Actually, our colleagues from JRC are today opening an event in Oxford together with ESA, ECMWF, and EUMETSAT to talk about global goal on adaptation. And we are also very proud to announce that we will be working together with UNCCD to strengthen the reporting of parties to the Desertification Convention. So I think the point is that at this moment we see an uptick, actually decisive shift, you know. Governments, cities, institutions, they're not asking to what extent Earth observation can help monitor environment. They're asking how to weave, how to integrate systematically Earth observation data into the decision making. You know? And that's a big shift. And if you think, you know, what's upcoming, what do we have in front of us? Well, on the technological side, we have new missions. We have CHIME, the revolutionary hyperspectral mission, that's going to come up by 2030, which is going to allow us to see biochemical dimensions of plants, for example. We will have ROSE-L, yeah, that will go through the canopy and look at the biomass, also quite revolutionary. And then if you think about AI, yeah, we are still, I think, all figuring out how it can profoundly reshape how evidence is being produced, how policies are designed, you know, and how monitoring is built across different domains. Yeah. And then what's in front of us is also the next MFF. So there is EEA and JRC are working very much together to take into account all of these developments that are in front of us and to make CLMS even more evidence-based policy tool that is going to help us to make our policies even stronger and more impactful. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this beautiful venue as well. I'd like to add a welcome this morning on behalf of the European Environment Agency. And at EEA, we're really proud to be an entrusted entity together with the European Commission Joint Research Centre in delivering the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. And we work together to deliver a unified service to all users. This is our third General Assembly, and it's also our flagship event. And it's bringing together policymakers, industry, users, researchers, other entrusted entities and experts. And over the next 2 days, you're going to hear about the future of CLMS, but also the products that we deliver today. So please use the opportunity to network, speak to each other, and exchange ideas. For those of you familiar with the European Environment Agency, you will know that our role is to work with countries to create pan-European data and knowledge insights, really in Europe's environment and climate to drive decision-making. And that work continues to be crucial for the future of our continent, but also our planet. And holding this event in the Mediterranean holds particular significance when we highlight the importance of this work. Europe is warming twice as quickly as the global average, and regions such as Southern Europe and Spain are being some of the hardest hit by these changes. And we know that these impacts can be devastating, as we've seen here in Valencia. Extreme weather events leading to droughts, floods, wildfires, they're becoming more frequent and more extreme. And these events cause enormous harm. They cost lives, most importantly, but they also harm our economy. And in Earth observation, we have one of the most powerful tools in our hands to help face these challenges and build climate resilience. And this is part of what drives us collectively in CLMS, because integrating this into our work is really important for all of our futures. There are 2 points I would like to make just as part of this opening. One is to highlight, as my colleagues have mentioned, that we're an important moment in CLMS and our journey. Every year we're seeing increasing uptake of CLMS products and services for real-world impact and policy implementation, but we're also preparing for the future. We've new missions being launched, as Ivan has just highlighted, that are giving us unprecedented insights. We're migrating to the Copernicus data space ecosystem, giving us better data analytics capabilities and data dissemination. And we're also looking at what AI could do and maybe delivering services we can't even dream of today. That's to say that CLMS is evolving from the first Corrine land cover product, which is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year, where the first pan-European map of the European environment was created. We now today have millimeter precision on EGMS for ground motion. We can monitor the land and water at an unprecedented scale and temporal resolution. And it's up to us collectively to harness this for the future. The second point I'd like to make is around the National Collaboration Programme, which was highlighted by Elisa earlier. This year it's expanding to 20 countries, so we're doing just as you've asked. And Spain is one of the countries that has actually been at the forefront of the NCP from when it was incepted in 2024. The Spanish NCP has led to training sessions that are building capacity not only at national level, but also with other countries on the use of EGMS and biophysical parameters. And Spain has also integrated CLMS data sets with their national land reference system to make even better urban products. They've also created the first focus team on coastal applications, and this is the real-world impact that we've been talking about, showcasing how Copernicus data can actually address coastal challenges all around Spain. For example, predicting coastal erosion that affects many countries, effective harbour management, and also pollution monitoring. And these are examples of CLMS moving beyond products and data into real-world decision-making and impacts that are actually making our communities more resilient for the future. And a thanks to all NCP countries, not only Spain, for being participants in the programme, but also for participating with your resources, because we know it takes a lot more than just the seed funding that comes from CLMS. And through the NCP, we are able to get insights into how CLMS can evolve. So it's very much a reciprocal relationship that's making CLMS better for the future. So just to conclude my part of the welcome for opening the General Assembly, I hope you find the next 2 days really informative, inspiring, and engaging. Take advantage of the opportunity to meet and discuss with each other, and see this as a fusion of expertise and perspectives over the coming couple of days. And with that, let's get started with the actual important parts of the day, which is the sessions. And I'll pass back to Tim to take us to the next. Thanks.
Thank you, Carl, and thank you, Ivan, for welcoming us as well and setting the stage so clearly. This is our third General Assembly, and we are starting to have traditions already. If you're a recurring participant, you may know that our next session is all about informally looking back and at another year of land service and kicking off this event for the coming days. Luckily, I don't have to do this alone. As the CLMS desk officer in DG DEFIS, my role is to facilitate the implementation of the land service. But the real work is done by all colleagues of our entrusted entities, GRC and EEA, and their contractors, of course. So who is better placed to look back and to set the pace for our next day than both our CLMS service managers, the captains of the EEA and GRC teams, and the two most important persons behind the implementation of all land service products and activities in daily life. Please give a warm round of applause for Ushwe Donesar, project lead for CLMS in EEA, and Andreas Brink, the project lead for CLMS at GRC.
Now the expectations are high because we are the most important.
Yes,
Be careful with what you say.
I will facilitate.
It can only go down from here.
So, yeah, let's make it not go down. We've come a long way since last year. Last year we were in Krakow together. That was a very good General Assembly, so our ambition is always to go higher. Probably there were many people in Krakow last year as well. Can you tell me who was in Krakow last year? Oh, we have a very enthusiastic audience coming back. That's very good. And yeah, then we know who is new as well. Yeah, next year we don't know yet where it will be. Normally this year it would have been in Cyprus. Unfortunately, with the events, we had to reschedule a bit. Big thanks to the people dealing with this event to do this in such a fast way and to enable us to still have an event before summer this year. What else did I want to say? That's it, I think. So let's go to the real thing. Looking back at the year of CLMS, how do you see the milestones that you want to mention to the audience? I don't know who's starting.
Do I start? Okay, thank you, Tim. And yeah, first maybe also a short welcome from my side. Really great to see the CLMS family, we can call it. There's so many people that come back every year, so that's really great. We are coming closer to the end of this MFF, but we are not there yet. So in fact, there's still a lot going on. We can say the service is nominal, things are operational. So there's of course new products, especially new updates coming up. Let me start by the LCFM, the Global Land Cover Forest Monitoring, since we launched this new product at the last General Assembly, a global 10-meter land cover and tropical tree cover product. Really wonderful. It has been then published a few months later at the LPS last year, so the data is out there, is on the CDSC, ready for access, for view, also for download. And in fact, very shortly, it has reached one of our top viewed or used product in just a short time. So, and there's more to come, of course. We will learn about this later. But then there has been another, I think, really key product which we developed together with the FAO. I'm happy that FAO is here with us today. And this is the release of the evapotranspiration and the heat flux product. So this is really looking into the water use. A key product for FAO, but also, of course, then for the users, the community in the field. We have done then a whole series of reprocessing of our biophysical, especially the vegetation variables, to really align Sentinel-3 with ProbaV, so more than 10 years of time series, so from 2014 actually, of data there, which is ready to use on the CDSC. And then there's a whole series of other products. I cannot list them all, but they are all equally important. Maybe let me mention just the land surface phenology, which is, of course, one of our annual products, but which we also have now from 2014 onwards, so long time series there. Land surface temperature, and there's more products. Finally, maybe as a milestone also to mention the community, the users, very important. We strengthen, I would say, even more the links to the conventions, for example. This year is a year of reporting within the UNCCD. We are supporting them very much. We use some of our CLMS data for the global reporting. the land cover, vegetation variables, land productivity dynamics derived from some of our products. And we are supporting really the countries in doing this reporting process. And then linked to that also geo, of course. We are very much following GeoLDN. We are advisor there, so that is linked also to the UNCCD. Good, I think this was really in a nutshell from the global part. Over to Uswe.
And from the European part, indeed, what we are doing now is preparing for the, as Andreas was mentioning, we are now preparing for the next MFF, right? But we still need to publish and we still need to continue doing what we have still to implement within this MFF. So I would like to highlight, we had major releases for the forest and grasslands and croplands and the annual water layer this last year. We have continued very hard work on the CDSE onboarding. So the GRC already finalized their onboarding some months ago. We onboarded for the first time a vector product in the CDSE, which is the Urban Atlas. And I am mentioning this because the CDSE was not built up for this purpose. So it means that we are strongly collaborating with ESA, and also we would like to thank our service providers for their support in this, because in that way you are not only collaborating, you are not only supporting us, you are also supporting ESA and a major development within the Copernicus ecosystem. We have been working on the production of the 2024 update of the Corin land cover, which was mentioned already by Carl, and we are going to be celebrating. And those who know me, and you know me because you've been in Krakow, you know that I'm very passionate about this product specifically, so I'm very happy that we have been working on that. We had updates on the ground motion service and the small landscape features as well, while working on many other files, by the way. So it's not that our other products are being on standstill, but as Andreas, you said, I cannot also name all of them. But I would like to highlight something that is not only for EA, so it's also for GRC. It's a common activity, which is having more new communication and user engagement tools. So working more on engaging users at all levels, whether it is with the Observia AI, a chatbot, or the CLMS snapshots that we will present afterwards. But also we have been working hard on creating Jupyter notebooks. So trying to engage more and trying also to have audiences that have different levels of understanding of our products. So not only the person who would typically download our product and work with it, but also someone who would like to process it further to make the most out of it, or to even, in the case of the snapshots, which is something that only for a very wide audience. So trying to really tackle all the audiences that we had already established when we created the communication and user uptake strategy back in 2023. With this.
It's a very important thing you said, that we are, the whole land service, we're still 1.5 years away from the end of this MFF. So we are already, you will see it in these days, we're already thinking a lot about next MFF, but there is still a lot of work to do and ongoing in the current phase. Which brings us to some highlights, yes. I had the next slide in mind already. Yeah. No, the highlights, some things that really stay in my mind. Of course, the launch of Sentinel-1D, it's an important satellite for the land service as well. We will have, again, 2 Sentinel-1 satellites operational in good shape, which had been a while. And on the photo, it's not me, but I was as well present at the launch. So for me, this was also a very special moment. And then the 35th anniversary of Corin Land Cover. I don't know if you want to say something.
Yes, we really wanted to make to celebrate it in an ambitious way, and that's why we created a whole series of communications around the 35th anniversary of the Corin Land Cover that we finalized today with the presentation of the video. We have been working very hard on this, on promoting the product, and also, but not also that we really wanted to give the voice to those that have, so the countries that have contributed to this product being there and being of such a high quality along all these years. And so we have made, I don't know how many interviews. We've had people who were there in the first update. We had a very big party or celebration in, it all started I think in November last year in the IONET meeting. And we are very happy that you will also be part of this celebration later today.
And the snapshots, that's also something I should ask you about.
So the Land Snapshots is a product, it's a communication product that aims to communicate what we can do in a different way for a wider audience. So sometimes it's true that, especially our colleagues at the EEA, and I think it happens the same with the GRC, that we focus a lot in the scientific part. But if we want to reach more people, it is also important to show how our products are contributing or what you can make out of them in a different way. So what we did is we have published two snapshots so far. One is on the ground motion and the other one is on ice. And what we do is we create a story map on how our products can be linked to other things, to things that are happening on the terrain, to news, to things that people can actually relate to. And by the way, just to finish, I just realized, we will have the last one, we will publish the last one which is related to forest soon, hopefully still in 2026.
So story maps from the Land Service, something to look at, but there is another new thing also related to outreach to journalists.
Yeah, and indeed it links very much to what you just said, Usue. We really entered, I would say, almost a bit in a new domain of interacting with the journalists. And really thanks to the communication team in reaching out to this, let's call them user group, because especially the scientific journalists, they communicate on what we are producing, on using the data, in showing it then to another community. So we invited about 40 journalists. The interest was much bigger, but there were more than 200 applications from journalists interested in our service. And we had a very, very good exchange on what they need, what we can provide in terms of data, on terms of products, and to showcase this through then articles in newspapers. We had already a series of interesting articles in Wired, for example, in the main Italian newspaper, Corriere della Sera, and definitely more to come there. So I think it's very important to reach out also to this journalist community, and we are doing really well there.
So is it the international community, journalist community, I mean?
I think it's both.
Both?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
And it's an ongoing thing, so keep an eye on that as well. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say, of course. And that's also for the current MFF and for the next one. This slide is not about the donkey, it's about the ears. And please use this event. You know that this is much about interacting and about exchanging ideas and views and so on, but really make use of it. We are here for you. The experts of GRC and EA are here for you. And all the things that you talk about are taken on board, and those ideas may land for specifications of the next contribution agreement for the next MFF. So this is very important. We are listening. We are a user-driven service. Copernicus is a user-driven program, of course. And I just wanted to specify a bit more. You is the last point there, but for me it's the most important, at least today for sure. But we have a lot of interaction with the other DGs, other directorate generals in the Commission, where we also get our user requirements from. Then we have KCO. I will talk a bit more about that in the next slide. And we have the input from the member states. That's also something very useful to know. The colleagues of GRC and EEA are currently doing a kind of a tour of Europe. they're visiting all national administrations to have an exchange about the land service and what the national administrations think is important. This again is very useful input for the next MFF. And for current ongoing things, of course, as well, but specifically for the next MFF. And then we have the Copernicus meetings, the regular meetings, where Elisa also took part years ago. Those are quarterly meetings in an official setting with the member states, so the user forum and the committee meeting. And also there we get a lot of input from the member states. The land service is presented there every couple of years as well, in length, and then there is an exchange, there is discussion about it, and all these things we take on board. So these are all the requirements, these are the things that we take on board for portfolio evolution. But one thing I wanted to mention specifically there is the KCO. You may know it, you may not. It's the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation, which is an initiative organized by both JRC and DEFI's colleagues as well. And this knowledge center is gathering user requirements and checking how Earth observation can help policy development, policy monitoring, and so on. The KCO has published up to now 3 deep dives, which you have seen already or read already. There was one on biodiversity, one on urban climate adaptation, and the most recent one on compliance assurance. Also there we get a lot of input from. More recent there was the assessment on reporting burden. They call it a shallow dive because it was not such an elaborate report, but again, we got a lot of input from it because it's really focusing on how Earth observation can help member states or other administrations to improve their reporting. So many of these things can really be taken on board directly. And currently they are working on a policy survey across all Commission DGs. This is not finished yet, it's ongoing work. And again, this is very applicable because as land service, our core users are really the EU policy DGs, and we want to support the EU policy. So this is a bit how we interact with KCO and what they bring for us. There is one new element, and that's on the lower left of this slide. KCO is setting up a science service. This is not yet operational. I look at Ivan, it's very soon, it's going to be launched. And this science service will give us, or will give KCO the possibility to do prototyping for certain products or certain solutions. And as you may know, that the land service is mentioned a lot of times as potential source of policy relevant products. This prototyping will also be really applied for us, for our products, to see how our products can be made ready for policy goals. I have one thing about this ongoing survey. So that's the KCO survey on policy requirements from the European Commission DGs. We've received a temporary analysis already of this exercise, and I want to show this slide just to inform you or to let you know how important CLMS is in all the policy requirements. So if you look at the needs of our DGs, and if you look at all the legal texts and all the reporting requirements and so on, then it's really the land service who can benefit a lot to them, who can bring a lot of final products. The other interesting thing here on this slide is the color of these bars. So if there is a full match of products that are really ready-made for a policy, for a service, for a certain goal to use, it's colored in green. When there is no match, it's in red, but the interesting things are the yellow and the orange ones means that there are products available in the service, but they're just not completely ready. They have to be tailored more, they have to be processed more only to become ready. Now, there is a reason for this, that in the land service it's not yet the case, because the land service has always looked at generic products that would be usable for many different users, for many different outcomes. It is a feedback we've received a lot, and it is something that we are looking into more, and normally in the years to come, we will be able to deliver more policy-ready, if I can call it like that, products that can be really used right away by the different policies. This is a bit to give you an overview of how we look at the ongoing things, the ongoing needs, and how we do take them into account. And then I leave the floor to you.
Yes, and related to this, so of course you are aware that the agency is not only producing CLMS, but it's also using it. We have, for the next MFF, we have these three main priorities. So increase the policy relevance, as Tim was also mentioning, integration of new technologies and data, and that's also going to be shown. Andreas will talk afterwards how we are going to do this in the service, and data access and distribution of products. So, but what we did was in this idea of knowing. So you've seen the bars. Our products are quite not there, but we wanted to know within EEA how many of our products were being used, and how much were they used, and what their relevance was actually. So what we did was following the principle that EEA is working directly with those policies that we would like to serve, and we decided to map all the use of the CLMS within the EEA, and to have a better understanding of what the use is. And this, in the next one, you will see here. Well, I'm not going to get into details. There are two main messages. First, on the 6 policy areas, biodiversity, water, health and pollution, sustainability, soil and climate and land, you see all the areas or all the policies where CLMS is actually being used, or there's a potential use case. Potential like soil monitoring law. So the soil monitoring law, we obviously don't have now something ready, but we are working towards having it ready, and I will show you afterwards how we are getting ready for that. But we are contributing, for instance, for the air quality directive. We are, now we want to contribute with the water resilience strategy. Also working with our colleagues on biodiversity for the nature restoration law regulation. And on climate, of course, we have the LULUCF, the land use change and forestry regulation, that we have actually our instance, so the product that we have specifically for that has been made publicly available not long ago. And even in the global part, we have our contribution to the SDGs. No? So we mapped all of this, and what I also wanted to know was the relevance of a CLMS. So actually the question to our colleagues was, okay, you are using this, but if you wouldn't have this product, would you have anything that would be available for you otherwise? And actually what we see is that the relevance is very high. So it can be because maybe the way they work was built around our products, which would also be fine. But we see for the CLC Plus backbone, for instance, our European land cover map, it has very high relevance. Without it, our colleagues could actually not do their work. And the same stands for EU Hydro. We also see for MRVPP. And you see all these, okay, maybe the soil water index is one of the least, or the water is not nice. We still need to work on that. But you see here, it was actually a very nice exercise from our side to be able to go back also to the Commission and to prepare for the next MFF to see, yes, it is already being used. I know that it is maybe not so well announced, but it is already being used. And now we have a very good way that we know that we can follow, we can continue working on. And this is the example I wanted to show you on 3 different policy areas and how we are preparing for them. So we have the water resilience strategy. They are all of them quite new, maybe the nature restoration regulation not so much, and the SML. For the water resilience strategy, we are working on the creation of the water hub, for instance, which was included in the strategy. But we are also working on a European scale snow water equivalent data set based on Sentinel-1 to evaluate water stress condition in Europe. And not only that, our colleagues in EEA have highlighted the importance that EU Hydro will have in the future as well for this particular regulation. We have on the NRR, we are developing the HRL datasets to evaluate improvements in the natural conditions of floodplains and monitoring of native tree species and tree diversity. This is beyond what we are already doing, like when we talk about the landscape fragmentation. And for the SML, we are preparing ourselves by having a working group to assess which products can be used, which products need to be further developed, also to have a specific call for tender to help to get the input from the industry on what can actually be done and be made operational to be ready for the needs of the SML. So you see, this is one of the big parts that we are working on when we think, when we talk about being ready for the next MFF. This is one of a very big part of the work we are doing on the policy part. But apart from that, this all is done having the countries, so having you in the center, because you also need to implement the policies, and you also need to implement, you also need to work on your own data sets and so on. And so, as Tim said, we are doing some sort of tournée. Well, it's not a tournée. We have so far we have visited, I think it's 4 countries, and one of them, then Germany was online, but we visited France and Italy and the Netherlands and Belgium. And we hope to visit Spain in September. We are also preparing a meeting with Poland. I know that some countries were not ready to give us this input. It's fine. You can also do it in writing through the NCP if needed. But the point is that we really wanted to have the countries and have their input. We have so far had meetings with 17 organizations, addressed different topics. We really hope to still have many more inputs there. And this is what the key user requirements that we received from you lately, or for the time being. We have been, there's a strong demand to have an improved technical performance. So you are giving us, when I said that you are giving the input, it's, I mean, you are free to criticize that also. That was also the message I was trying to encourage the countries to participate here. Yeah, yes, we are here to listen, and we really want to listen from you. We still have challenges on data access and usability. This is why we are putting so much focus on activities like the Jupyter notebooks, but also the capacity, the trainings, and so on. We know that we have trust, quality, and validation issues, and the trust issue is more important than, and we take it more seriously than what it looks. So we know that there's a cultural barrier sometimes on the uptake of our products, and we want to make, to facilitate and to have as many meetings as possible, as needed, to facilitate this. We know, as it has been shown by the KCO, but also at the analysis at the EEA, that we still have gaps in the policy alignment and usability. So it's good that we receive the input from the countries to see how much we can, how far we can go in developing these last mile products. And then the need for a stronger user support and engagement. And we don't take, and we think this is very valuable, because this means that we want to have even more of these meetings. Actually, this was one of the outcomes. I remember in Italy that it was specifically mentioned, yes, we should have this on a regular basis. And now we are thinking on how could we frame this in the next MFF, maybe think about a setup that similar to what ECMWF is doing, for instance, but also we could think about having some sort of advisory board in the countries to help us to get your input. beyond what we get from the user forum or beyond what we can get from the National Collaboration Program. I don't know. This is all the unknowns we have at this moment and that we want to shape with all the user communities as well. And with this, I think I give the floor to
Yes, thank you.
Andreas.
Thank you, Usu. And you made it very clear, both, that listening is at the moment very important because we are moving into this new phase. And yes, Copernicus is about stability, continuity, which I believe is a very important characteristic. But we have to evolve, of course, and we are coming close to the next MFF. So we are collecting all these requirements, as you said, and to look into new developments. So in principle, we know many of these requirements already. We know what we have to do, at least partly. It's still, of course, work going on. So we see here, we know there will be need for new products. We know that there's a demand for higher spatial resolution for some products. A higher temporal resolution, more frequent updates, but also longer time series for some applications. Latency is certainly an issue. We have some products which are near real time, which are then delivered to the user in just 1 or 2 days. But for other products, we certainly have to increase this. I mentioned already the continuity. This is, of course, what Copernicus stands for. So to deliver operational, continuous, harmonized data. I think this is key of this product, of this program, and quite unique, I would say, worldwide. So definitely we have to keep this while, of course, evolving, while also working more with the in situ component, integrating this. We have heard already also from Carl mentioning this, so this will be certainly strengthened in the next MFF. We have heard from Ivan also the integration of the new expansion missions, really, really critical to build on what is coming out of CHIME, of LSTM, of ROSEL, and so on. And then, as you mentioned already also, Uswe, the end users, often the policy makers, they need this last mile products. They need really this end product. So we plan to move more into these scenarios, into this prediction, into this forecasting, offering politicians eventually, options of, what happens if I take this direction, this policy, or the other one. So go into this scenario development field, both into the future, but also, of course, looking back. So, as I mentioned, this long time series. If we work, for example, for the conventions, they have often a reference year, the year 2000, for example. So we have to be able to provide this long-term data sets. Good, but as we know, Copernicus is not a research program, it's an operational program, but we have several mechanisms, of course, to address evolutions, to address developments in cooperation with different mechanisms. This is, of course, the Horizon projects, this is ESA's research projects, this is, as Ivan just mentions, the KCO Science Service, of course also national programs, but even the GRC, internal GRC research. And all this has been, let's say, described in the KCO, let's say, facilitated SRIA document on the strategic research and innovation agenda. So basically here we described and we listed, let's say, the short and long-term R&D priorities of Copernicus. It is written there. The SRIA is kind of a guidebook, giving a framework. But of course, it has to be a living document. Since the SRIA has been written, what is it, about 2 years ago, so much has changed already, especially in the field of AI development. So we really have to update and keep this kind of document alive, of course. So it's really here, the end goal is really to allow this transition from pre-operations, from research into operational services in CLMS. And let's look in concrete terms what happened there already in the past, but still ongoing, some of these Horizon projects. Evoland was certainly one really most focused and dedicated to the CLMS as a whole, I would say, because we had really these prototypes, this next generation prototypes for CLMS. And some of these prototypes are already now incorporated, integrated in some of our products. CLMS Cities, where the aim was to enhance the monitoring of CO2 emissions at the local scale. Land Sea Lot, which is in a way very actual to our event here today about the land sea interface observations. But then also a new one, which I think is very relevant, as we were just mentioning AI. So, and this is the Proteus project, which is about developing the new generation AI capabilities of Copernicus, as a whole. And yeah, we of course follow this very closely to look into this new capabilities. Eva mentioned already the KCO Science Service, so there is already a call out now, looking, as we were mentioning, this last mile applications, focusing on this, this gap, which is still needed to address really the policy making. And then last but not least, of course, we have or are currently working on an internal CLMS evolution call, addressing various aspects, from ecosystem mapping to hyperspectral possibilities, but also in the field of communication, so really a wide range there. Good, then just 2 weeks ago, we were at ESA. We had a wonderful meeting there with the application section. The whole team was there, presenting and interacting with us on their projects, really from the prototyping into the pre-operations. Very often when it's specifically very much related to CLMS, we are in the advisory boards of this project, so we are very much linked. We are following them, which is very important, of course, so there's really a partnership there with ESA. Just one example on how it works, the LCFM, the current land cover forest monitoring product. This is based on a ESA project, the World Cover. So it is built on this prototype, on this pre-operational, and within CLMS we brought it now into operation. So really a nice example here. I listed just a few examples. There were many more projects, but just to show a few which are eventually ready or to go into operations. Or maybe, of course, we have to do some evolution, some discussions, maybe some work first over Europe, looking into the world ecosystem extent. In Europe, we have certainly more in situ data, a bigger network, so we could start from there and then expand it over the globe. World Serial is certainly a candidate, which there's a big interest to look into this one. The project as a whole, or just a few components, these are things which we have to discuss. The wetland inventory, also here, starting eventually from what comes out from LCFM, building on that into the wetlands. There's a whole series of soil-related projects at ESA, World Soils, Next Soils, but also SEN for LDN. Then all the SEN for CAP, or SEN 4 initiatives, CAP, STAT, LDN. There are some really interesting applications there. And then the upcoming essential biodiversity variables, also within CLMS. We are very much addressing these essential variables, from the climate to the biodiversity to the agriculture variables, but also the land variables. And I think as service, we can really provide this long-term monitoring of variables. But then there were a few interesting examples, for example, in the Next Soils Plus project, but also some of the urban applications, where ESA was looking into this prototyping, into the simulation of using the CHIME and LSTM, for example. And I think this is very relevant, and we should follow very closely, because we have to be ready to integrate this data in our projects. Good, I think that was all from the R&D part. So what's next, Tim?
What's next? We're ending our session, more or less. This is just a quick outlook of what's coming next. You may know it, that there are still user sessions in these 2 days. There is the marketplace, which is always very successful in our General Assembly, where you can reach out to and discuss with the experts of all the different products. There are the poster sessions. Then there are interactive breakout sessions where you will get more information about this afternoon, I think it is. And of course there are coffee breaks. We need coffee breaks because not only for the coffee, but again to be able to discuss with each other, especially in the marketplace and poster sessions. Of course you discuss with the experts, you discuss with each other. This is all information that should come back to us, that we should be able to use. So that's all about what we will do in this General Assembly. We still have a few minutes. I don't know if there are questions from the audience for one of the speakers here. We have like 4 minutes left.
I know that I was already speaking, but it's amazing to see how it has evolved since I left the agency since years. Because at the beginning, when I was part of the user forum in Brussels like 10 or 15 years ago, we were claiming the Commission to have a product and services of Copernicus that were really relevant, also for policymakers. And Italy, Spain, and many other countries were claiming, let's have this on the regulation. The way to use it is to have it also in the regulation. Don't let just the member states to say, let's go and let's implement Copernicus, let's use Copernicus. So this policy-driven product is very important. And as you have seen, not only within the Commission, but also within the agency, I think that Usue has made a really impressive work, because you have also to cross these walls. It's not only in the Commission, but it's also at your own house. And also in Spain, since we have the Spanish Space Agency, but also with IGN, with IGN, we have been working on it for years, but it's something that you have still working on. So I think that the work that has been made in the last years in the Commission, with the GRC, but also within the agency, across the services, to make it really relevant for policy, for policymakers, for end users. Collecting these user requirements is impressive. So I just wanted to really thank you, and let's keep it.
Thanks a lot. Yes, it's certainly true, and one of the analysis of KCO was also how much Copernicus is mentioned across EU legislation, and there you see a real rise, which is an ideal starting point for us, and at the same time a challenge, of course. But we go for the challenge. Are there other questions? I can still take one. No? It's too warm for questions? Fair enough. Then we end here. Thank you, Usue and Andreas, and we go for the next speaker. So, now let's explore the status and roadmap of the CLMS portfolio itself. And who could we have asked better than Jeff Smith, who's director at Spectrum Natura, and who will go with us through recent developments, ongoing work, and how the evolving portfolio of CLMS aligns with the European and the global policy needs. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Just give me a second while I get the technology sorted out. Okay, no, work on the screen. Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here to present this this story map to you today. I can take no credit for it whatsoever. It was actually produced by the team at the EEA. But what I really appreciate what they've done here, because during my time involved in Copernicus, and especially the Land Monitoring Service, this is the type of thing that I've always seen Copernicus working towards. So hopefully, as we go through this story map, you'll see the sort of vision and you can see the power of what is being produced. We're going to start off in the Mediterranean basin. And obviously, we've heard already that not only are we here in the Mediterranean basin today in Valencia, for those present in the room, but we're also the challenges that are involved here. This is a sort of crossroads between Africa, Europe, the Middle East. It has a range of environments, range of landscapes, extremes and differences in rainfall and climate and temperature, etc. So it's a really interesting place in which to kind of develop this story map and to explain how Copernicus operates. Let's move down. So you can see, you'll be able to see all this yourselves when this story map is published, and I think there's also a version on a touch screen here today. But the idea here is to sort of take a journey, and we know that the Mediterranean has been encouraging people to take journeys for millennia and odysseys, in fact. And we know that one of the main important factors in the Mediterranean is the access to water and the long dry summers, which then require control over that water and how it's used, and actually then extreme events that are driven by water as well. So if we could go on a journey, follow that water, and then see how we can monitor that with Copernicus, then I think that's a really powerful tool. So what we'll do is we'll start on that journey, we'll go through this story map, and as we go through, we'll be using the different Copernicus services as a way of guiding us through that process to see how that water moves, how we can track it, monitor it, and understand its impacts. So we'll start, of course, to begin with the Marine Service. And we know the Mediterranean basin is right outside, the Mediterranean Sea rather is right outside us here. And if we look at some of the products here, this is a sea surface temperature map from the Copernicus Marine Service. And as we can see, if we compare to the Atlantic Ocean there, that the temperatures are much higher in the Mediterranean. In fact, it's less like an ocean and more like a lake. Its inputs from rainfall and in rivers are small relative to the amount of evaporation taking place. And we can see there the bright red colours represent the increase in heat which occurs across the area. Interestingly, I'm not sure you can all perhaps see there, but we can see the inflows of cooler water from the Atlantic through the Straits of Gibraltar, and also from the Black Sea, which is slightly cooler as well. But we can see that the darkest red areas there are where the water is more enclosed, and these have the more intense heating and produce the hottest conditions. So that's a status map, but if we then look at a trend map and show how the Mediterranean sea surface trend is changing over time, we can see other patterns appearing there. Again, it's very similar to the surface temperature map, so we're seeing that the largest increases in temperature are occurring in areas that are already the hottest. So again, driving the heat in the environment. We move on again, and so what's that heat all generating in the environment? Obviously, I probably don't need to tell anyone here that that's then generating lots of evaporation. The water is then moving into the atmosphere, which itself is warmer and therefore has a greater carrying capacity for moisture. So not only are we heating up, but we're also generating more movement of moisture and water into the atmosphere. Keep on going. So now we move on to our next guide for this journey. And this one is the Atmospheric Monitoring Service, which provides information on the constituents of the atmosphere, air pollution, etc., things like that. So they can then provide us with information about how this water is moving through the atmosphere and the changing conditions that it encounters. And again, I probably don't need to explain to too many people here that the process of rainfall is not simply just water dropping out of the atmosphere. There's a process there where the water vapor engages in condensation nuclei. Droplets then form around those nuclei. Those droplets get bigger, and once they reach a point where they're too big to be held up in the atmosphere, they then fall as rain and then return to the surface, whether it's the water or the land, and then complete the water cycle there. But the key ingredient there that we're missing is those condensation nuclei. The main sources of those are sea salts, which are created through waves breaking and moving into the air. Also dust, which is whipped up by the desert, from desert environments, and unfortunately also particles from human industrial activity. But this is a great animation we can see here of dust being picked up in the Sahara and then moved across Europe. So this is an optical depth measurement, so it's given us an idea of the numbers of particles within the atmosphere. And you can see here with this process that starts in Africa not only affects the Mediterranean, but as far north as into Northern Europe as well. And this is why I have to sweep my table tennis table off occasionally to remove the dust that is carried up as far as the UK. So that's one of the ingredients we have. And then, of course, we need to know what the water vapor situation is as well. And here we have a total water vapor, total column water vapor plot. And so this shows the density of water vapor in the atmosphere. And therefore, if we combine that with the dust or the aerosol information as well, then we can get a good estimate of where we're going to have rainfall events, and then also the intensity of those rainfall events. So just so from within CAMS, then we're actually then seeing not only the movements of the atmosphere, but we can also then start to predict where rainfall is going to occur. And so we'll now look at the climate change service, as that will now start to give us information on how these processes are changing over time, and also where some of the major impacts of these processes are. Scrolling down. So here we have some gridded data on rainfall here. So this is collected from meteorological stations and then is gridded up by the Climate Change Service to give us an indication of how things are changing. Sorry, I'll move the key up as well. So we can then see how things are changing over time. So these are between two specific periods, so 1995 to 2010 and 2011 to 25. And we can see the areas that are getting drier and the areas that are getting wetter over time. And we can see that around the Mediterranean basin, there are areas where the environment, the rainfall events are occurring more often and then greater intensity. And we can look at a particular event here. So this is at the Emilia-Romagna area of Italy. And if I can just move the slider here. So if we look at the change in rainfall events here, so this is the period, let me get this right, one is before and one is after. So you can see this, we see this intense area of rainfall here within the red box. When you look at this yourselves later, you can actually then zoom in and see that in more detail. But this comes from a reanalysis data set from ECMWF. So we can then look at these data sets and see the intensity of the rainfall and other regions that it also affected. And also when we then look at climate models over time, we can then start to look to the future. So here what we have is a large number of models which have predicted the future rainfall events moving to 2100. And we can see that even though there's a lot of variation interannually and obviously between the models as well, the general trend is up. So there are going to be more extreme rainfall events occurring over time, and they will probably be occurring more, within a particular year, they will occur more often as well. So knowing that those events are going to occur more often, we can now turn to support to the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, which actually collects, produces information both in advance of events when a prediction is made about an up-and-coming event, whether that be a flood, a fire, or whatever. And then also, in response to that event, after an activation, they can then prepare situation maps to address what has happened. So here we have an event that happened in Greece. So again, if we look at the slider, if we look at the before conditions, we can see that this is soil moisture here. So we can see we have, sorry, just make sure I get the key on the screen. So before the event, we can see that the area in Greece outlined in the red box was actually much drier than some of the areas around. And then after the event, we see there was a huge increase in soil moisture. And so during that event that lasted a few days, the soil then filled up to capacity, was no longer able to absorb any more water, and then a large flooding event occurred. And we can see that similar events were happening in North Africa at the same time, but also if we look at Italy, some areas were drying out. So we can see both the process of the flood itself, and then other areas are drying. And if we kind of zoom in on that area now, this is the results of the activation from the Copernicus Emergency Management Service. We can see the light blue areas there are the extent of the flooding, and then the blue line work there is the river network on top of that. So we can see the extent of the damage, the extent of the areas that were put at risk, etc. And you can't quite see it so well here, but there's a more detailed view here that you can zoom into when you look at the story map yourself. We can also now, we're jumping also towards our final Copernicus service, why we can then compare those flooding results to what's available in the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service and the CLC Plus backbone product. As we can see here, we can then use this slider then to show which areas were, which types of land were inundated. So, sorry, I must keep remembering to show the key. So you can see the CLC Plus backbone is a relatively simple but rigorous and reliable land cover data set. So we can use that as a first starting point for analysis of impacts, etc. And just finally to show this picture, which I think dramatically shows the impacts of that event. Huge areas underwater, obviously crops damaged, infrastructure, etc. affected, and lots of people who are living in the area as well were affected. Carry on. So now we're going to quickly run out of time, move on to our final Copernicus service now. So we look at the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service, which provides information on the landscape itself, the character of the surface, and provides a rich context in which we can then place the results of these other activities, such as these flood maps or the positions of the rainfall or the changes in soil moisture, etc. So it forms a kind of a foundation underpinning service layers there. And if we scroll down, and we'll come closer to home, closer to here. So we'll now look at Spain. So we're imagining that the rain is now reaching the surface and it's falling on the land. But we know that not all rain falls as land. And I'm just waiting for this story map to update here. Anyway, what you would have seen here is two fractional snow cover maps. One is from the middle of the winter, where there's lots of snow on the top of the Sierra Nevada mountains. And the other one is in springtime, where that area is reduced. And so what we're seeing there is further journey of this water through the whole cycle. So as it melts, it then changes from snow into water, obviously, and then drains into the river networks and makes its way down into the river systems, some of which will then be stored by reservoirs, etc. And I hope some more of these. It looks like we've lost. I don't know if we've lost the internet here, maybe. But anyway, I was going to show a map of catchments in that area, some of which then flow down. A reload, okay. defeated by the technology. Here we are. Great. There. Go. Here we go. So back to the Sierra Nevadas again. And we can see how the amount of snow cover is changing over time there. So that's then water entering the river basins in that area. And we can see that we zoomed out slightly here. We have a large basin that then drains in the Atlantic, but we then have these three smaller basins that drain into the Mediterranean. Zooming in. And so what we can do then is compare those basins to different CLMS products. So we have here the Korean land cover map, which is this map here, which gives a generalized view of the landscape, but more thematic information. And then we have this global dynamic land cover product, which gives more spatial detail, but not as much thematic information. So, excuse me, so both of these are available, so you can then use them for whichever application is the most relevant for you. So now we've come full circle. The water from the river system there has drained back into the Mediterranean. It will then get heated up and then go through the whole cycle again. So I think what's really important to show here is that this is the first time we can then really track this process in an operational way, so that all of those products are delivered on an operational basis. They're available for people to use. And this is a real sort of game changer in terms of what can be offered in terms of monitoring information or analysis information, or used to derive research in the environment. And I think looking forwards, this is the end here. So, but looking forwards, I think it's going to be key as we have climate change and environmental change, that these Copernicus services are able to collaborate together like this to produce these complex analyses, to understand the complex nature of the environment. And I hope this story map has helped to show some of those components. It's obviously a very complex system with lots of moving parts, but it's great to see that all those parts now are in place and we can produce them sustainably and regularly moving on into the future. So I'll leave it there as I'm way over time, but thank you very much for listening, and I hope that's good.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That was very interesting to see. I have to add that, so this was not a traditional portfolio presentation of CLMS, but you saw products of all the services. This was a story map which was prepared by the colleagues of EEA and GRC, just to show how much water products are appearing across Copernicus. And in fact, it's also an indication or a heads up to more cooperation between the services also towards the next MFF, where you will see these things more often, where you will see joint initiatives or products more often. By the way, tomorrow there is a session where representatives from the different services are invited or are present as well, and where you will be able to ask more questions. Anyway, now time for coffee. So please join us for coffee just outside the room, and we will reconvene here at 11 sharp for a selection of experts to briefly present their posters. Thank you.
Okay, I think I will start and we see how it goes. Hi, everyone. Also from me, my name is Joanna Balasis-Levinsen, and I'm responsible for user uptake at the EEA. And that includes a lot of different activities, such as organizing this event. I'm the main organizer, and I can just say that I know we have not made planning easy this year, and that it pleases me very much to see so many people here. So thank you also from me. So now we would like to give the presenters of posters an opportunity to briefly convey their main messages to you in very short poster pitches. And so I realize now that we probably haven't communicated when we would like to see anyone, so let's see how it goes. But I would like to invite some of the presenters up on the stage here with me. And the first one we would like to see is Ricardo from the Spanish Space Agency. I don't know if he has made it. Yes, you have made it in.
Thank you. I'll try to be short. Yeah, the main idea is to introduce to all of you the new Spanish Space Agency. And I have become the head of the Earth Observation Department. So we are trying to promote different activities under this department. And my poster tries to represent all the starting activities from which many of them will definitely contribute to enhance the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service at national level, even try to increase the number of products required by our users. So what we show is actually we started recently our collaborative ground segment for Spain, by which we are opening single access to all the data available, thanks to the IGN that has been mentioned before by our colleagues, and also we are enabling the capacity through an antenna in Cáceres to download Sentinel-1 data, and also to provide elaborated products by colleagues from CSIC, meaning that you can get leaf area index or other essential vegetation variables. And finally, also opening the floor to collaborate with networks of calibration and validation sites across Spain that hopefully will contribute to give us some accuracy on the products. For instance, for the missions that we are committed to, actually the one that is already has recently, sorry, it's about to be launched next year. It's the ESCA, we call it ESCA, it's the national, the Atlantic constellation from Spain. It's 8 satellites, and it will be providing, as you see there, very high resolution imagery, multispectral, at about 2 meters pixel size, meaning that we will have some coverage, total coverage for the whole Spain and also Portugal, about 40 days. Yeah, and finally the SK Plus, sorry for that, that will be an expansion mission. And yes, I invite all of you to visit the poster. Thank you. And later the talk.
Yeah, so all these people who will come and present in this session and the one in the afternoon will have their posters outside, so please just catch them when you can. And Ricardo also will be giving a talk, so you will hear a lot to him. So the next one is Tanya Gasper from Geoville. Oops, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Gasper from Geoville, and I'd like to present a use case of the CLMS high-resolution water, snow, and ice product portfolio for drought monitoring in Turkey. The Mediterranean region is increasingly affected by drought due to rising temperatures and declining precipitation, And Turkey is considered one of the climate hotspots in Europe, facing growing pressure on its water resources. To monitor these changes, we can use the water cover duration layer that provides annual information on water occurrence. It's provided in 10-meter resolution based on Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data. The maps here illustrated show changes in water occurrence between 2016 and 2024 for 4 representative water bodies. All 4 sites show a decline in surface water extent. At the different magnitudes differs considerably depending on the hydrological system. For example, Lake Clarisili declined by more than 95%. These results demonstrate how climate signals such as increasing temperature and reduced precipitation becomes visible in surface water dynamics. At the same time, human pressures, including irrigation and groundwater extraction, can further intensify these impacts. This case study highlights the value of the water cover duration product as a harmonized indicator for drought monitoring, water availability, drought assessment, and water resilience planning across Europe. So thank you very much, and I would be happy to discuss the results further this afternoon.
The next one is Matteo del Sodato, and I really apologize about my pronunciation of names.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the possibility to present my work. I am Matteo del Sodato from the University of Florence, and we use the EGMS data for the peatland identification and characterization. We use the PCA, so the principal component analysis, on the time series of the EGMS data. And we test the approach in England, in Great Britain. And we found some time series that are peat-like behavior. So we identified the areas by clustering in England, and we compared the area that we identified with the CLC. And we found that half of the areas fall into the CLC and half out of the CLC. And then we made the same approach on another area in the Baltic countries, and we make a step forward. So we compared the areas that we identified also with the other products of the CLMS, the chlorophyll products and the total productivity. And we found something interesting because the area is quite overlapping. So please visit the posters.
The next speaker is Gabriele Schweitzer from NVO.
Hello everyone, my name is Gabriele Schweitzer, I'm from NVO, and I'm presenting here on behalf of a full team consisting also of FMI, the Finnish Meteorological Institute, and Syke, the Finnish Environment Institute. And today I am presenting you a use case application for snow information, what you can get from the CLMS services. As Chop already mentioned in his presentation before, snow is nothing else than just frozen water, and it turns into the hydrological cycle with a delay. And that is quite important because maybe some of you remember the severe drought in Turkey last year, 2025. And what you see on the right side of the screen, this is the snow cover extent and the snow mass in January 2025 compared to the conditions at the same period in 2026. So even only if you look at the extent of the snow or the snow mass, you immediately see that there is much less snow in 2025 than at in regular seasons. And fortunately, in 2026, the conditions for water resources from the winter snow look much better compared to 2025. So this could be used to investigate, is there a risk for any drought in such regions? On the other side, of course, it could also be used to investigate if there is some flooding coming up, if there is too much information from snow there. I think that's everything. Come to me, talk to me at the poster. I'm happy to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Benjamin Ross from Jewville.
Hi, good morning. I'm Benjamin Ross. I'm from Geoville. When habitats become increasingly fragmented, ecological connectivity declines, and ecosystems become less resilient. Understanding fragmentation in protected areas is therefore important for conservation and restoration planning. This study here investigates how landscape fragmentation differs across Polish national parks using the COC Plus Backbone 2023 dataset, a 10-meter land cover product derived from sentinel imagery. For the sake of time, I'll be focusing on just one, Kępinoski National Park. Kępinoski is located on the outskirts of Warsaw and provides an interesting example because it combines a relatively intact, protected landscape with increasing pressure from surrounding land use. To quantify fragmentation, we use two metrics: boundary length, which measures the total length of boundaries between lung cover classes, and edge density, which normalizes boundary length by area and allows meaningful comparison of fragmentation intensity. We also analyzed a 1 kilometer buffer around the park as many ecological processes and land use pressures occur near protected boundaries, allowing us to compare the condition of the park interior with the surrounding landscape. For Kępinoski, you can see boundary length increased from approximately 4,310 kilometers inside the park to almost 5,951 kilometers in the buffer zone. More importantly, edge density increased from 112 to 296 meters per hectare. This means that the landscape outside the protected boundary is almost 3 times more fragmented than the park interior. The results suggest that Kępinoski maintains a relatively coherent internal landscape structure, while surrounding areas experience greater heterogeneity and land use pressure. Overall, this study demonstrates how fragmentation metrics can support the assessment of ecological connectivity and landscape condition within and around protected areas. By providing a repeatable way to monitor change through time, these indicators can help inform restoration and conservation action, which is ultimately what conservation management depends on. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to talk with you later.
Thank you. And then next up is Livia Peiser from FAO.
Good morning. I'm Livia Peiser from FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and I invite you to stop by our poster for 2 main reasons. If you're interested in the other side of the Mediterranean basin, so North Africa and Eastern Mediterranean in this case, and if you're also interested in taking a ride down the data stream, because this poster will bring you very close to end users, so it's people who are actually using the data that CLMS produces for FAO country offices and making decisions on agricultural hazards. We developed, well, the team, not me, but developed a dashboard that takes data, including the phenology and soon the evapotranspiration product of Copernicus, to monitor agricultural hazards for the operations of FAO offices in the region. So yeah, pass by and I'll tell you more. Thank you.
The next one is Daphne Thomas from Wageningen. Oh. The other way around, yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marian Vitek. I'm the co-author of this study from the Wageningen Environmental Research. This study investigates how to improve the temporal consistency of land use datasets by applying backwards compatible reconstruction workflows. We use the LGN, which is the National Land Cover dataset in the Netherlands, in 5-meter resolution, 51 classes, and it's updated annually, and uses the multiple datasets as an input. The idea is simple. We use the new methodology for the historical data of 2018, and using the original data comes from this period. from the results becomes clear that the amount of the detected changes decreases using the backward compatible workflows, and also the number of detected changes radically decreased to 56% about. Moreover, real changes which were mapped were evaluated by the visual interpretation of the aerial photos, which was changed from 4.6 until to 26%. So the impact of using this new approach is remarkable. Beyond the national context, this approach enables to be applied for multiple CLMS datasets because it's relevant for the reason that many of the users facing the same issue of the having the problem of the detecting real changes based on the changing methodological approaches. For any questions, please visit the poster session. So thank you. So there is another study from us. In this study, we aim to produce the harmonized European-wide local climate zones dataset based on the CLMS data. We use, and besides of the develop the robust methodology for monitoring urban structural changes and the heat-related risks which happens over time. So basically, we used geospatial-based vector reclassification workflow, and as an input, we use multiple CLMS datasets in the decision tree translation approach of the CLMS land use and land cloud classes into the standardized LCZ classification. So as a result, we got the products which are the layers for the 2 years, 2012 and 2021, aggregated LCZ layers which are linked to the urban heat island susceptibility, and change layers, change matrices, and also the ranking of the different cities based on the how they perform in terms of the heat adaptation on the city and the national level. So based on this, we got outcomes, which is harmonized LCZ classification across all Europe, consistent comparison and ranking of the cities, and the framework which actually enables the continuous LCZ monitoring through the regular updates of the CLMS data. So that's about that. More questions, please visit the poster session.
And the next one up is Ruben van der Kerkhoven from Vito.
Good morning, everyone. I'm indeed Ruben van der Kerkhoven, working at Vito. Vito is also a service provider for LCFM, so the Global Land Cover and Tropical Forest Mapping and Monitoring Service. In LCFM, we are producing global land cover data sets, 10-meter resolution based on Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data. So as already introduced by Andreas last year, we released the first data sets, so the land cover 10-meter for 2020, so the so-called LCM10 product, and also the pan-tropical tree cover density product at 10-meter resolution. You see here an extract from the LCM10 product over Cyprus. So yeah, I took Cyprus. I think it's really nice to be here today, but I think it's also kind of a pity that we're not in Cyprus, especially knowing probably the lots of effort that people have put already in the organization of that event. So currently with LCFM, we are working on producing the data sets up till 2024, so annual data sets 21, 2, 3, and 4, which are expected to be released by the end of the year. So by then we should have already, let's say, a consistent time series, 5-year global land cover data, 10-meter resolution. In parallel, we're also working on developing another product at an even higher temporal resolution, the so-called land surface categories, which will be a land cover product like at a monthly scale initially. If you want to know more about these products, happy to talk to you either in the marketplace tonight or also at the poster session. Thank you. Vito is also service provider for another service, so the Vegetation, Phenology and Productivity Service, in which we are actually producing vegetation indices, seasonal trajectories, and also productivity and phenology metrics over Europe. We're currently in the second phase of this service, in which we, of course, try to continue the existing products, but also try to improve them. And what do we exactly want to improve? First of all, we're moving towards more process-based productivity monitoring. So they're going to be, instead of the raw vegetation indices, there's going to be gross primary productivity, net primary productivity across full Europe. Secondly, there's also improved pre-processing. So we're applying BRDF normalization and also a better Sentinel-2 cloud masking. And thirdly, there's also going to be a new product. We're prototyping a vegetation disturbance tree cover product. Actually, there will be also a poster on that presented by the colleagues from Joanneum later today. So happy to also talk to you on this service later today. Thank you.
And next up is Filomena Catapano, approximately from ESA.
Yeah, hello everyone. Filomena Catapano from ESA. I bring you to the upstream, I would say, of the Land Monitoring Service. This poster is about the validation of altimetry Sentinel-3 observation. I think most relevant for this audience is the water level measurements. What we do to validate the data is that we deploy in situ sensors to what we call super sites, that are our, I would say, golden validation sites. And we collect water level measurements, and we process those to be compliant to the CEO's definition of fiduciary reference measurements. It means they are compliant to a certain data format, metadata, same reference system, uncertainty fully tracked, and so on. And on top of these super sites, we also collect data that are publicly available, for example, from any national ground networks, and we process those data also up to be FRM, so fiduciary reference measurements. We are using those data to compare against the water level observation from the satellite, but we very quickly realized that those data processed to those standards can also be suitable for any, I would say, hydrological application. So we are building a platform that is named Insight. There is the, maybe next. There he is. Insight platform, actually with the help and a lot of discussion with Copernicus in situ to make sure we can also meet, let's say, needs from hydrological institutions. And in those platforms, we will collect and make available those data with short timeliness, open and free. We already have more than 7,000 sensors, 11 national networks, and we are building the platform, and we plan to go live by the end of this year. So if you are interested, if you have questions, or if you have requirements, just stop by my poster and let's discuss. Thank you.
And the next one is Raquel Ubach from Barcelona.
So I'll read, otherwise I won't make it in 90 seconds. So, hi, my name is Raquel Ubach. I'm from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And for more than a decade, together with our colleagues at the EEA, we've been developing European green and blue infrastructure maps for urban areas. The 2021 update introduces new approaches to address emerging policy needs, like the Nature Restoration Regulation and its requirements for monitoring and reporting urban tree canopy cover. Copernicus tree cover density has been one of the main datasets used for this purpose, but it often misses street trees, small tree patches, and fragmented canopy. So the new generation of CLMS products may help fill some of these gaps. And we've benchmarked 6 products against more than 3 million inventory trees in 27 cities, 14 European countries. Our results show that no single data set provides a complete picture of urban trees, and while the woody vegetation layer performs best individually, combining it with CLC backbone gives the highest detection rate, close to 60% of the inventory trees. We also found strong differences between cities. Detection is highest in cities with large, continuous tree canopies, and lowest in compact Mediterranean cities, where trees are often small, more fragmented, and embedded within sill surfaces. So the key takeaway is that different layers capture complementary aspects of tree canopy, and that combining the right ones, the right products, provide a more representative picture of canopy, especially considering different urban environments. So I'll be around and happy to discuss further these results. Thank you.
And then we have Wafa Chebi. I'm sorry.
So, good morning, everyone. I am Wafa Chebi from the University of Castilla-La Mancha in Spain. And here is another use case of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. So Mediterranean forests are increasingly exposed to extreme events like droughts, and forest managers are investing a lot of efforts in silvicultural treatments. Why? To improve resilience and reduce wildfire. But there is a fundamental question here: how fast do Aleppo pine forests or forests in general recover? And how can we monitor this at operational scale? In this study, we explore whether the gross dry matter productivity from the CLMS can provide this information. So, using 3 stands in southeastern Spain and the counterfactual period pixel framework, we quantified the impact of 2 types of management, which are the scrubbing and the thinning, on gross primary productivity, the GPP, and followed the recovery process through time. What we found is quite interesting because recovery often occurs between 1 to 2 years from the treatment, and we followed the recovery process it depends on the management type, but also on drought conditions. These results suggest that satellite products can support future carbon accounting frameworks. So if you are interested in how we built the baseline, how recovery was quantified, or how this approach could be applied to carbon monitoring at larger scale, I would be delighted to discuss it with you at my poster. Thank you.
Next up is Ines Ruiz from CAF.
Hi. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. So, hi everyone, I'm Ines Ruiz from GAF. I come here not to present to you a specific use case, but together with EEA to present a bit one of the products, so in this case the VLCC one, and the potential use cases. Why so? Because we think it would be very nice for you to use it more often and to understand what it could be used for. So one of the important things, of course, is that you understand that we are in the next phase of the VLCC, so we are already currently producing the next phase, which is 25 to 28. Oh, thank you. And what we have seen is, of course, that it has been mentioned this morning by Tim, by Usue, by Andreas. One of the most important things is how these products are going to support reporting and policymakers, right, and the member states' reporting activities. So it's very important because, for example, for the VLCC, the forest part is the first one officially mentioned in one of the laws, in this case the Nature Restoration Regulation, which is exactly as Raquel has also explained. It has been presented to support part of the mapping of ecosystems in in cities, so it's one of the key ones. But it helps in many other things, like, for example, for the TCD, the harmonization, the support on understanding forest disturbances, the support to understand how the forests work is key to, for the nature restoration regulation. The croplands, the HRL croplands, a brand new product that has been published lately. It's very key as well for several activities, like for cap monitoring, for crop types distribution, for crop rotation, how we work with them. Herbaceous coverage, key, really key to understand the drought management. So please pass by, we can explain you the products, and we can also show you some of the use cases that we have brought. Thank you.
The next one is Thomas Scott from Jabaco.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tommy from JBA Consulting. We work as part of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service's validation project. So it's not just EU Hydro, it goes beyond that, which is led by FTAS in collaboration with ourselves at JBA, COBA, and the European Environment Agency. We evaluated EU Hydro 2.0, which is the next generation hydrography dataset for Europe, developed to support modeling and large-scale environmental analysis during its ramp-up phase. We assessed using two methods how the vector layers perform in practice to support ongoing product development. What we see is a consistent pattern. In natural systems, performance is strong, with river networks generally well captured and topology coherent, while in more human-modified environments, the representation becomes more complex, with artificial channels and drainage features harder to capture consistently. Overall, EU Hydro provides a strong foundation, particularly for natural hydrology, while there are opportunities to strengthen performance through dataset harmonization. Through this work, we have identified potential improvements, including expanding validation and refining guidance for more complex human-modified systems. The key takeaway is that high-quality hydrography products depend not only on detailed data, but also on clear and consistent definitions across regions and product and system types. Please find myself or any of my colleagues at the poster stand or around if you'd like to discuss further. Thank you.
All right, and Alexandra Berger from SIC.
Thank you for the invitation and welcome to Valencia. So in this poster, we will present the products that were announced this morning by Andreas, the reprocessed time series of biophysical products, in particularly area index, fraction of absorbed part, and fraction of green vegetation cover. As you know, these are essential biophysical variables for many applications, including climatic applications, environmental, or agricultural applications. So you are welcome to use our products, and you are welcome to provide mainly positive feedback, but any kind of feedback. And you are welcome to visit the poster and see what we will present. So basically, what we will present is a product that is global, as you can see, and there are time series from more than 10 years, starting in 2014 with ProbaB and continuity with Sentinel-3. And these products are in near real time. The products are at 300 meters, and the products have the layers of biophysical variables, but also other quality layers associated to the products. And as it was mentioned this morning, one of the priorities of the service is the validation, and it's also one of our priorities, and we put a lot of effort on the validation and quality assessment of the products, and it's what we will show the results of this quality assessment. So you are welcome to visit our poster and discuss with us, and we can show you some potential use cases and application, and you are welcome to use our products. Thank you.
Thank you. We're nearing the end of this first introduction, so Gorica Bratic from the JRC, please.
Hi, I'm Gorica Bratic, and this poster presents AI review of presence of quality layers across 3 Copernicus services, CLMS, C3S, and CAMS. So we looked at whether these 3 services provide quality information and whether this information, quality information on pixel or layer level, and whether they are reported in a clear way. Quality information are important for proving reliability of products for any application, especially for the policy support that we've seen, that we've heard this morning about that a lot. So we used 4 steps AI-driven methodology, and we obtained mixed results. So we obtained that CLMS has the strongest presence of quality information among 3 services. Then C3S has important uncertainty-related layers, and finally CAMS has quite limited quality information. The key message is that even if there is presence of quality information to some extent, there is still many data sets that are missing this aspect. And when they are reported, they are not always clearly reported, harmonized, traceable, or easy to interpret. So our recommendation is to use the good examples that we identified across the services and expand quality evaluation and reporting to all Copernicus layers. And if you would like to know more about methodology or results or anything else, visit me during the posters.
And the last speaker is Milena Kudac from the Polish Institute for Environmental Protection.
Hello everyone, my name is Milena Cudak and I represent the Institute of Environmental Protection National Research Institute in Poland. And today I would like to present the results on grassland use intensity. This is part of the bigger project called LifeOrg Flags PL. The aim of this project is to improve the monitoring of greenhouse gas emissions and removals from organic soils used as grasslands. This is particularly important for the land use, land cover change and forestry sector, where accurate information on land use and management is essential for greenhouse gas reporting. The study uses Sentinel-2 time series data together with Copernicus Land Monitoring Service products to automatically detect mowing frequency and timing of that activities. We tested several methods, detection methods, including Copernicus high-resolution grassland mowing events and dates, also the method developed by Schwieder and others, which was primarily applied in Germany, and also Andrata and others that their method was primarily applied in Italy, in the Italian Alps. We tested the outputs against reference data that were collected manually from Sentinel-2 data imagery. Additionally, we also examined the relationship between the frequency, the mowing frequency with productivity data from Copernicus high-resolution fiber vegetation phenology and productivity products. So the results show that satellite-based monitoring can provide valuable information on grassland management and can be applied at larger scale. In the study, we tested only 2 study sites, Lubelski and Podlaski region, but the plan is applied to on the whole country. So thank you so much for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have during the poster session. Thank you.
So that was it for now, and intense and maybe a little bit overwhelming. session, but lots of information, hopefully lots of inspiring information. So please catch speakers both in the poster session as well as any other break in the reception or anything, because as Tim said, we're here to talk, to network. It's really the biggest benefit of this event. We're here together. Let's make use of it. Thank you very much. To be continued.
Thank you so much to Joanna and to all speakers as well to keep the time very, very well inside. So it means we will have lunch on time today. That's good. We continue with the CLMS user session, where we will have some key contributions from those actually making daily use of our CLMS products, and who will give us some fascinating insights into the way land service data is being deployed across Europe and Africa. So please welcome with me on stage the first speaker, Nektarios Chrysoulakis, the Director of Research at the Foundation for Research and Technology in Greece. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Jim. So hope that this or okay. I don't need this. Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. So good morning. I'm very pleased to be here, and because 2 years ago in Antwerp, in the first General Assembly, I've explained the idea how we managed to exploit the CURE project, the Horizon 2028 CURE project, to build on it and have a new project combining land monitoring service and other Copernicus services to focus on carbon dioxide emissions and greenhouse gas emissions from cities. So we focus on cities with this event, and cities were locations that policy turns into action, because national programs decided at a national level, but the policies become tangible solutions in cities. So the decarbonization in cities, because this is related to carbon neutrality, related to need to rethink the transport energy systems and making use of green spaces. So cities must know exactly where, when, and how emissions occur to target mitigation efficiently, to combine mitigation policies with SDG goals and adaptation to avoid maladaptation. So emission inventories are good, but rely on national or regional data and miss the necessary level of detail. Very quickly, this is from a report that recently released by JRC to focus on the 3 scopes of emissions. But the scope 1, which is focused, is related to the city boundary, it is direct emissions, and here, scope 2 is related to the emissions that related to the energy and grid supply, and scope 3 related to indirect emissions that are imported to cities. So if we need to focus on direct emissions, we can measure directly with flux towers, which is devices like this. In cities, we deploy all this instrumentation. We have a supersonic anemometer and deploy the fluxes directly, the emissions of carbon dioxide in the cities. This is an example of a tower that we have deployed in Heraklion. This is tall enough and to have a specific footprint, as you can see there. So this is the isoplace, are the area when the signal of CO2 emissions directly measured in this device. And from this, we can have profiles, like the green profile you see, is a typical bimodal profile that it is related to, it is caused mainly by transportation and is related to central business district in the north part of our footprint, whereas the purple curve corresponds to emissions from the industrial, from a residential area. That's why we have a secondary maximum, which is related to emissions from buildings, from heating and cooling. So this runs for more than 10 years, and recently we've deployed another tower. You see both footprints in a residential area in Heraklion, and these 2 towers are practically face the same weather. That means they have the same weather forcing, but they are located in a city about 1.5 kilometers away, and they are deployed in locations with different urban form and different urban function. You see different buildings. This is here the residential area. It is the central business district, different building use and different transportation. So from if you see profiles through a year, the red curve corresponds to the central business district here, and you can recognize this 2B model profile with morning maximum and secondary maximum, which is evenly distributed throughout the year, whereas the blue curve corresponds to the residential area with secondary maximum, and you can observe that it's much higher here during winter months because we need much energy for heating and cooling. So having these devices, we can answer two questions. How can urban interventions change the CO2 emissions in cities? So 5 years ago, the municipality of Heraklion pedestrianized this area, you can see here, and a part of it was in our footprint. So using real observations, we can document that reductions because of these urban interventions were reduced by 25%. Now imagine urban atlas populated with CO2 emission profiles. If you have in any urban atlas polygon CO2 emission profiles through 1 year or more, we can document it also interventions that are outside of our footprint. But for this is not enough just to have 1 or 2 flag towers, which is not possible. You need modeling of emissions, like this, for example, we have made in Heraklion, and this modeling evaluated against flag tower and then convert the outputs of these results into urban atlas polygon. So this is mainly the idea. And there are 2 approaches for this modeling. The first is the top-down approach, when you use mid and low-cost sensors in cities and inversion modeling combined with satellite observations, which is expensive, and our approach in CLM cities, which is bottom-up, so you combine emissions from buildings, from transportation, from industrial activities, from agricultural land use, and from human respiration. And it is scalable because you use Copernicus data, mainly CLMS, but other also Copernicus services, and we use also eGNSS and GNSS data for mobility, tracking the mobility. I focus on cities mission. It is very important mission, the EU cities mission, 100 cities that have signed climate city contracts, and all of them have the obligation to become climate neutral by 2030. So specifically, we focus on this, and this is a project that is funded by, of course, Horizon Europe Space as an evolution project of Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. So the first pillar is CLMS, the second pillar is the cities mission, and these are the cities that we are working. The tier 1, this is Vitoria-Gasteiz in Spain, and several Spanish cities, as you can see, included Valencia. And we built the model and methodology in Vitoria-Gasteiz, which is evaluating and then upscale to these 10 cities, which are all mission cities, and then try to upscale it to the whole mission and then to the whole Europe, because it is based on Copernicus data and eGNSS data that can be very easily upscaled. So our model, very quickly, I will not go on to technical details. You can, the main inputs for urban atlas or sentinels and JRC activity data for to emissions, and to have outputs related to the temporal and spatial integration and visualization components. And finally, we have the objective to benchmark our outputs against the inventories that all these cities in the mission that occur. And of course, the model is developed in Vitoria-Gasteiz. We deploy a flag tower in the municipality building, so it will be evaluated against the real observations and benchmarked against the climate city contracts and the inventories of Vitoria-Gasteiz. From components, the check mobility. This is based on GNSS data, the calibration with local data. We use sumo model and EA emission factors and information about the fleet. And they have traffic zones, of course. An example for weekdays and weekend days, so taking all detailed information and aggregate. Then information for buildings. We have RFI for temperature and calculate heat demand and heat loss for buildings. For example, use neighborhoods to know heating loss in between, convert emissions via emission factors, and use an example when we have heat loss or not, and take into account the building component. And this is for Vitoria-Gasteiz, all buildings, and you can see how we can aggregate these emissions. That is, we have information on an hourly basis, but then upscale on monthly, weekly, or yearly basis, and we can have maps like this. About industrial activity, we have the European registry, but for space, we have very, very good national registry, so we can information about this. And then we developed the methods that we use in EDGAR and COCO2 project to downscale to hourly values of industrial activities. Some examples again, the emission profiles. And for agriculture, forest, and other land use, you have the Sentinel-2 data. Of course, they have the time series, and we developed downscaling approach, to downscale to 1 meter to take into account the sequestration and absorption of carbon dioxide by the urban vegetation. And here we have, we are based, of course, on the approach that has developed in the FUME project. Very quickly, what is the vision is, of course, to produce maps like this. This is another example we have developed in Basel. This is 100 by 100 meters, and this is dynamic time series. You see the CO2 emissions for the city of Basel. And of course, the different sectors, the traffic, the buildings, and roads, and we have the vegetation for respiration and carbon sequestration. But then, to transfer all this detailed model into urban atlas polygons for our cities and emission cities, and then finally, if possible, to all urban atlas. And as I told you before, in short term, our objective is to have the wider adoption within the mission, the EU cities mission. That's why we have already signed MOUs with the Netherlands cities, which is the official platform of the EU cities mission, and another MOU with the cluster of cities, Greek cities. And also, in the long term, to have integrated to specific products, if possible, to Copernicus operational service portfolio, and the longer term, develop synergies with the European space component. We know that we're about to launch the CO2M, and the European mission that directly measuring the CO2 emissions from Europe, and finally contributed to European monitoring and verification systems of greenhouse gases. Thank you very much. I will be today and tomorrow here available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Nectarios. I don't know if there are questions for the speaker. We have a bit of time. Anyone? No? So your explanation was very... okay, sorry.
Hello, thank you for your inspiring presentation. I'm Stefan from the Eagle Group. We have developed some data model to describe landscapes. My question goes in another direction. What you are doing is very much in situ data collection, but you are speaking on a pan-European meeting. So how did you establish the cooperation or the support getting from a European institution, getting support to your local actions? Because that's a core problem of pan-European monitoring, to get hands-on in situ data. And you have laid out a very professional and promising way to really collect data where CO2 emissions are created, and that could be a role model for any other, not just CO2 emission of cities, but any other process of collecting in situ data from a local level and transfer it to the pan-European level.
Yeah, okay. For sure we have collected professional way data, because it is collected in a flux tower, which is ICOS label, the Integrated Carbon Observation System. But our data, in situ data collection, are just for evaluating our model. So the upscaling is not based on in situ. The upscale is based on the model which is developed using the data that are available in CLMS and other Copernicus services. So this is the support we have for the European institutions, to provide this nice data set that they have developed by Copernicus CLMS, and provided the data that provided by EGNSS and also from CAMS and all these services. And of course, the funding that we have from the European Commission from Horizon Europe, just to have the resources to upscale this project. Okay.
I think that's why it's such an interesting example of how everything comes together. There's another question from the back.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm Stefan Fritz from IASA. I just have a question which is a bit related. Do you also have, are there some cities which use other data? Because you demonstrated the use of Copernicus, but I could imagine you know, there are aerial images available for some cities. Maybe some cities have their own approach in doing this. So I see some value in the product, but the question for me is also, with all the new technologies and the aerial photographies, aerial overflights some cities are doing, to what level and when would be the Copernicus product being used, and at what level you would maybe use some, or some cities might have some other approaches? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Stefan. Of course, there are cities. For example, Stockholm. In Stockholm, we have an excellent data set. And in Munich. So our target is not, of course, a few cities. Our target to have the all European cities to have developed something which is consistent in all European cities, because they have reporting obligations in the emission. So if you see how they report their emissions now, it's just based on inventories. So we need to have more detailed data, and that's why we introduced this project. In big cities like London, for example, Stockholm, they can do it, but the cities, I'm not sure cities like Valencia or smaller cities can do it. So it is perfect to have this consistent way that, because it is based on this Copernicus data, can be easily upscaled. There are also other examples. For example, in ICOS Cities project based by ICOS, there are 3 main cities, Zurich, Paris, and Munich, that use this top-down approach with these mid and low-cost sensors and very, very serious inversion modeling. This is scientifically probably much more robust than our approach, but it's very difficult to upscale it. So there are pros and cons in this approach. What we can do is just to compare and benchmark in a specific city our approach with other products, with local data from one side that already done it, or just compare what we have done for Zurich or Paris with what ICO cities have resulted.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Nectarios, for this very interesting presentation. Don't hesitate to ask him more questions during the coffee breaks to come, as usual, I would almost say. Now we're turning to the international stage for the next presentation. So please welcome with me on stage Cheikh Mbow, who is General Director of the Centre de Suivi Écologique in Dakar, Senegal, and his 2 colleagues, Tioro Kodou-Niang and Ndeye Fatou Sané. I hope I pronounced that well.
Thank you. So you guys sit down. We're going to intimidate the room. So thank you so much again for this very important event. It's my 3rd time to be in Copernicus Land Monitoring System as a user case. We are here on behalf of the Team Africa. We are here to reflect what you usually do not discuss often in deep dives. That's the connections on environmental issues that Africa has with Europe. So many applications that you have seen this morning, where it's obvious that anything happening in our ocean, on our land, on our people, are totally connected to Europe. So we cannot disconnect this continent, particularly because Africa is 3 times bigger than Europe and the oldest continent on the world. But not only that, the dynamics that we have in Africa are strongly related or correlated to Africa. I'm going to take a small 5 to 6 minutes to set the stage for my brilliant colleagues to come in and show you what Africa has been doing in the GMS in Africa. And I'll bring that perspective, as Andrea said, to look from the past and project ourselves in our future, in the future. So the presentation I need is not this one, it's the one which I sent to Sarah yesterday before Choro Kodunya. I have few slides to show you. If the IT department can just check Mbo or Mbobo or Chic rather than Choro. So while we are putting that presentation on the screen, what I want to say in this presentation is to see and is to look back where we come from. First of all, the GMS in Africa has been covering all the geographies in Africa. From the eastern side, we have RCMRD. I have seen Vivian who has been working there. In Western Africa, we have CSC. We cover the 15 countries in Western Africa. On the Central African countries, we have different organizations of FAC, etc., who are applying observation and GMS. On the southern part, we have SANSA and SASCAL, who was doing a great job on the southern part. And on the northern part, you have OSS and all the Maghreb line. And each of those institutions has been working in different applications and service development. That will be the first slide you have. On the second slide, what I'm trying to have is the historical perspective that the GMS has concluded to. I started with the PUMA initiative. The PUMA was setting the stage. It was a program on how Meteosat can be supporting and surrogating the deficit of met stations in Africa, and how applying satellite data will bring data on places, or will collect data on places we normally cannot collect data in normal settings, where particularly the met stations are lacking. So PUMA has been very successful in doing that, and we move from PUMA to other initiatives like MESA, or other initiatives which reinforce the capacity of African institutions to definitely collect data using satellite imageries. On these European settings, where the connections between ESA, GRC, with other African institutions has been happening, there was a lot of activities on the background of those big programs, which leads to GMS. And those particular projects that was on the background was the EU framework, the FP framework, FP6, FP7, etc., where we have the sun, the UNDESERT, and different programs which was there to apply modern technology and innovation to move forward. I'm still waiting for my presentation. So, and then now, how GMS has come to that. We have started in 2001, and we are in 2026. It has been 25 years where we have been collecting data, where we have been institutionalizing the operational processes for service development, where we have been connecting people to people, where we have been setting community of practice, where we have been training the youth and women to bring a critical mass of scientists in Africa to apply Earth observation, and that's where GMS has come into play. With 2 phases, and the last 2 phases has been taking us over the last 10 years in different countries. West Africa alone, 12 countries, and if you add the different other countries in Africa, there is a big geographical footprints that we have there. And what GMS is doing is to build from that legacy I just mentioned, from the PUMA initiatives to now. 25 years of collaboration, 25 years where we see each other and where we contribute to a transformation, a deep and rapid transformation of the technological pace in Africa when it comes to satellite data application. Now we are in GMS, we are finishing the second phase, and the question I was asking strategically to ourselves is how can we continue that collaboration? It can be GMS and can be other form, but our destiny are integrated, are very correlated, and we cannot just stop after 25 years of collaboration, this process of cross-fertilization that we have between Europe and Africa. More so that some of these applications that you have in Europe has context relationships with Africa, and the context is ours, plus the critical mass of people that work on their PhDs, and etc. And now on GMS, and my colleagues will demonstrate that the different applications that we have on the wetlands, on the forest, on land use, on land dynamics, on the oceans, and on bushfires and flooding that we have developing those services for. All together, what we have harvested in terms of deep content on those various frontiers of science has been extremely useful and instrumental for the policy space, for the stakeholders, for the communities. And my sister will show you how Tochot and other wetlands has been embracing those knowledge, going deep dive into social applications and local communities, understanding of the dynamics that we have in place in terms of community processes. So I finished this presentation on, if you get the slides later, on how do we project ourselves for the future coming from there. And you will understand this argument of continuing this collaboration after you have seen the heavy content of my colleagues in terms of the type of applications and mostly the specificities of applying those data with women and the youth that are represented here by Fatou Bintou. That is my framing presentation. Unfortunately, the presentation never came on the screen, but that's fine. So I will invite Choro to come and give you a deep dive on what GMS in Africa has done as a general, general outcomes that we have, and then followed by Fatou Bintou, who will come and show you some examples on wetlands. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, yes.
Just want to apologize for not having the slides ready. They went somewhere lost in between communication channels. They will be added in the final slide deck for you to download or to look at. So apologies again, and thanks a lot for this presentation.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Alors, en ce qui me concerne, je vais demander une attention particulière parce que je vais devoir délivrer... Merci. Voilà, je vais demander une attention particulière parce que je vais devoir délivrer ma présentation en anglais. Mais ceux qui voudront en tout cas mieux en savoir sur le contenu, les slides sont en anglais et vous pouvez vous en imprégner. Donc, slide, s'il vous plaît. Donc, il ne s'affiche pas. OK. Yeah. OK. No, it's OK. Donc, je suis heureuse de partager avec vous quelques exemples concrets de manière dont le programme GMS in Africa a contribué à transformer les données Copernicus en services opérationnels qui répondent aux besoins des utilisateurs à travers le continent africain. Alors, le professeur Shermo est revenu largement sur le programme GMS in Africa. En ce qui nous concerne, nous allons mettre l'accent sur les applications terrestres qui ont été développées, les impacts qu'ils ont générés et de façon concrète, comment le continent, en tout cas, s'est transformé à travers ce programme GMS in Africa. Mon nom est Choro et je suis experte en communication et en gestion des connaissances. Donc, comme vous le savez tous, l'Afrique est confrontée à beaucoup de défis environnementaux. Nous avons des problèmes liés à la dégradation des terres, la perte de la biodiversité. Nous sommes confrontés également à la raréfaction des ressources en eau, l'insécurité alimentaire, compte non tenu des effets du changement climatique qui exerce une pression croissante sur les écosystèmes au niveau des populations africaines. Alors, dans ce contexte, et après quasiment l'accès gratuit à une information fiable et actualisée devient essentiel pour orienter les décisions et renforcer les territoires des communautés. Donc, les données satellitaires constituent aujourd'hui une ressource extrêmement précieuse. Toutefois, leur véritable valeur n'apparaît que lorsqu'elles sont transformées en informations exploitables, puis en services opérationnels capables d'orienter ou de soutenir la prise de décision. C'est précisément l'ambition poursuivie par le programme GMS in Africa durant ces durant ces deux phases de mise en œuvre au niveau du continent africain. Donc, concrètement, nous avons développé un use case qui s'appelle Miss Land. C'est le premier exemple concret qui concerne le suivi de la dégradation des terres au niveau de l'Afrique du Nord. Dans de nombreux pays africains, la désertification et la dégradation des terres affectent directement ou indirectement les moyens de subsistance des populations. Donc, cette application répond à ce défi. Il s'appelle Miss Land. Il est développé afin de fournir des informations harmonisées, régulières et accessibles sur l'état des terres et leurs tendances. Donc, la plateforme, elle est en ligne, elle existe. Elle a été leadée par le consortium Nord-Africa, l'OSS. Aujourd'hui, ce service soutient les politiques de restauration des terres, le suivi des objectifs de développement durable est possible, et les mécanismes de reporting environnemental, notamment les documents de politique et les accords multilatéraux sur l'environnement, deviennent une réalité à travers ce use case. Donc, le deuxième use case avec ce que nous voulons vous présenter ici est le Wetland Monitoring. C'est une application qui a été développée par le Centre de suivi écologique. Ma collègue Ndeye Fatou reviendra largement sur ce service. qui concerne les zones humides au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Ces écosystèmes riches et fragiles qui constituent presque les derniers sanctuaires de biodiversité et qui jouent un rôle essentiel sur la régulation de la qualité de l'eau, la protection des inondations, mais aussi la sécurité alimentaire. Donc le service GD0, comme on l'appelle, permet aujourd'hui d'identifier, de qualifier et de suivre l'évolution de ces écosystèmes afin d'améliorer leur résistance, contribuant à améliorer la sécurité alimentaire. Troisième exemple de use case que nous voulons partager avec vous, c'est un use case qui s'appelle MISBAR. MISBAR, toujours développé par le consortium de l'Afrique du Nord, l'Observatoire du Sahara et du Sahel et ses partenaires. Il concerne le suivi de l'agriculture au niveau de l'Afrique. Donc, pourquoi la mise en œuvre de ce service? Nous nous sommes rendus compte que les décideurs ont besoin d'informations fiables sur les cultures, les besoins en eau, mais aussi les risques climatiques, afin d'améliorer la planification agricole. Alors aujourd'hui, l'application MISBAR fournit des informations opérationnelles qui permettent le suivi des campagnes agricoles, notamment la croissance de la végétation, l'optimisation de l'utilisation de l'eau, mais aussi de renforcer la sécurité alimentaire. Donc cette plateforme MISBAR constitue aujourd'hui un outil important d'aide à la décision pour une agriculture plus intelligente, mais aussi plus résiliente. Quatrième use case qu'on a voulu partager avec vous qui travaille sur les questions liées au land, il s'agit du Forest and Protect Area. Donc c'est un service qui porte sur les forêts et les aires protégées au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Est. C'est un service qui est développé par le consortium de l'ICPAC et ses partenaires. Et l'objectif, c'est vraiment donner une bonne information face à la déforestation, à la dégradation des écosystèmes, mais aussi à la perte des biodiversités. Les gestionnaires, aujourd'hui, ont accès à travers des outils très simples, ont accès à des informations pour un suivi fiable et actualisé. Aujourd'hui, ce service qui est développé par l'ICPAC permet de surveiller l'évolution des forêts, des écosystèmes, mais aussi d'appuyer les stratégies de conservation de la gestion durable des ressources naturelles. Donc, en tout et pour tout, nous avons plus de 25 use cases qui ont été développés au niveau continental. Naturellement, nous nous sommes focalisés sur les land resources, parce que c'est le thème de ce consortium, mais nous avons développé également des use cases sur tout ce qui est coastal resources, marine resources, mais aussi sur les water resources. Alors aujourd'hui, ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est que la plateforme elle est en ligne, permet de partager les expériences, les méthodologies, mais aussi les résultats et enseignements tirés afin de favoriser la réplicabilité de tous ces services qui ont été développés en Afrique au niveau continental pour vraiment trouver des solutions adéquates pour impacter sur le développement du continent africain. Donc la plateforme est disponible, donc, et chaque consortium, normalement, à travers un travail collaboratif, on a pu développer en tout cas des use cases pour partager un peu toute la méthodologie qui a été développée pour la mise en place de ces services. Donc, alors, il est important de s'attarder sur les utilisateurs principaux de ces différents services. Donc, on s'est rendu compte que la réussite d'un service ne se mesure pas uniquement à sa plateforme technique. On a eu beaucoup de présentations depuis ce matin. Il y a beaucoup de produits qui existent, mais l'utilisation effective de ces produits devient une réalité et un défi au niveau du continent africain. Ainsi, au niveau du programme GMS Africa, nous avons développé ces services, mais ces services aussi, nous nous sommes assurés qu'elles sont utilisées au niveau des différents ministères, les agences environnementales, les services agricoles, les organisations régionales, mais aussi tous les planificateurs et décideurs aujourd'hui. Nous avons la certitude qu'ils utilisent en tout cas ces différents services qui ont été développés. Alors, le facteur commun de succès, il est important. On se rend compte que malgré la diversité des thématiques abordées, plusieurs facteurs de succès se retrouvent dans l'ensemble de ces services présentés. Tout d'abord, nous avons l'accès aux données Copernicus, ce qui est hyper important. Ensuite, la force du partenariat régionaux. Aujourd'hui, tous ces services ont été développés par blocs de régions et ça, c'est quand même une valeur ajoutée sûre pour le continent africain. Au moins, on prend en compte tout le dispositif qui existe au niveau régional. Nous avons aussi comme facteur de succès l'appropriation institutionnelle des services par les acteurs nationaux et régionaux. Et pour finir, les investissements aujourd'hui faits dans le cadre du programme GMS Africa sont une réalité dans le développement des capacités humaines. Effectivement, c'est important. L'investissement humain c'est une réalité au niveau africain. Alors, au-delà des outils et des plateformes, l'un des héritages les plus importants du programme GMS in Africa réside dans le développement de compétences. Aujourd'hui, le programme a permis de renforcer les capacités de milliers de professionnels et de chercheurs, des étudiants et des décideurs à travers le continent. Aucun service aujourd'hui, en tout cas au niveau de GMS in Africa, ne peut produire un impact durable sans institutions capables d'utiliser et de maintenir tous ces produits et services dans le temps. Donc, on a presque fini. Donc, en définitive, la chaîne de valeur, elle est simple. Les données, en tout cas au niveau de GMS in Africa, sont déjà transformées en informations. Après, les informations deviennent des services. Des services, ils soutiennent les décisions. Et enfin, ces décisions produisent de l'impact. Et cette transformation constitue une véritable contribution du programme GMS in Africa. Donc, les changements, on les a notés. Avant et après GMS in Africa, sur le plan environnemental, les services sont renforcés et le suivi des écosystèmes aujourd'hui sont une réalité au niveau africain. Sur le plan institutionnel, ils ont contribué à améliorer à la planification et à la prise de décision fondée sur des données probantes. Sur le plan socio-économique, ils ont contribué naturellement à améliorer la planification et la prise de décision et la gestion durable, en tout cas, de l'eau. Et enfin, ils ont également renforcé la coopération régionale et le partage des connaissances. Donc, des leçons apprises, on en a beaucoup. Vous aurez le temps, en tout cas, de les découvrir au niveau des différentes use cases qui ont été développés. Mais les plus, en tout cas, importantes de ces retours d'expérience sont, premièrement, les services doivent être développés en réponse à des besoins, à des utilisateurs clairement identifiés. Deuxièmement, le partenariat est essentiel pour accélérer à l'innovation et favoriser l'adoption. Troisièmement, le développement des capacités reste un facteur clé de durabilité. Et pour finir, l'impact réel ne dépend pas forcément de la technologie elle-même, mais de son utilisation effective par les institutions et les utilisateurs. Pour finir, GMS in Africa démontre que la véritable valeur de l'observation de la Terre ne réside pas des données elles-mêmes, mais elle réside de leur capacité à soutenir les décisions et à renforcer les institutions, à les améliorer concrètement pour, en tout cas, une meilleure vie des populations en général. Donc, le message final est particulièrement important car elle montre que GMS in Africa n'est pas seulement un service, mais un patrimoine de connaissances opérationnelles, réutilisables, voire même réplicables par d'autres institutions africaines et européennes. Merci de votre attention. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais donner la parole à Ndeye Fatou.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndeye Fatou Sane. I am a project assistant at CAC. So I will present today the monitoring water quality in the Touch Community Natural Reserve using Copernicus data. So this use case was carried out within the framework of the GDCIO program. Okay. GDCIO, which stands for Sustainable Wetlands Flood Management for Enhanced Food Security and Ecosystem Resilience in West Africa. It's a program within the GMS in Africa program, financed by the European Union. So it includes 10 countries and 15 institutions led by CSC. So this program focuses on water and natural resources management and is structured around two main services. The first service is the wetland monitoring, and the second one is the flood management service. So beyond the production of satellite-derived information, the GDCIO is also built around delivery framework within three key components. So the first one is the data access, capacity building, and decision tools. Within this framework, each participating country monitor 2 wetlands sites using common methodology. For Senegal, one of these monitoring sites is the Toj Community Nature Reserve, which I will use in this use case. So Toj is here in the northern part of the Lac de Guiers. So it's a lake, which is the largest lake in Senegal, fresh water. It supplies drinking water to Dakar, the capital. I don't know if you see. So you can see it there in the northern part. It lies between intensely cultivated agricultural lands and strategic waters of the lake. So it also contains shallow wetlands, flooded areas, and aquatic vegetation that provide habitat for many species, including the West African manatees. You can see it there also. So this position makes it particularly sensitive to changes in water quality resulting from the river inflow, agricultural runoff, and seasonal flooding, because this lake is also connected to the Senegal River. So we have water that comes from there. So the methodology that we use is based on monthly Sentinel-2 imagery processed through Digital Earth Africa platform. 3 spectral indices were calculated. The first one was the modified normalized difference water index to detect and map surface water. The NDCI, it's the, yes, how do we call it, Uncle? Yes, okay, to estimate, the NDCI to estimate the chlorophyll concentration and identify algal bloom risk, and then the NDTI to assess water turbidity and suspended sediments. These indices were then generated monthly throughout 2025. So we can see here the results. Here we have the monthly water exchange, water extent changes throughout the year. You can see that through January to July, the water remained mostly in the permanent channel and open water. And then August and September, water extent increases. This corresponds to the annual flood pulse of the Senegal River. October through December, floodwaters remain present. Large flooded zones are visible in the western and southern portions of the reserve. This map captures the seasonal hydrological cycle of the reserves and identified period of maximum inundation. And then we have the monthly NDCI trends, the normalized difference chlorophyll index. So here the chlorophyll A is an indicator of phytoplankton biomass, the nutrient enrichment, and potential algal bloom. What we see here is a low value, how we can interpret it. So the low values correspond to low chlorophyll concentration and the high value to high chlorophyll concentration. What we see is that the values do not exceed the 0.2, which indicate the potential bloom conditions. The map shows that through January to July, general low NDCI values. This, it is so a stable and healthy water conditions. This show. So October through December, NDCI values increase in some flooded areas. This suggests nutrient concentration and phytoplankton development after floodwaters begin to stabilize. So NDCI never exceeded the 0.2 threshold during 2025. This indicates that no algal bloom event occurred. Eutrophication risk remained low. Overall water quality remained good. This provides a valuable baseline for future monitoring. And then we have the normalized difference turbidity index. This estimates water turbidity. Turbidity reflects suspended sediment, organic particle, reduced water clarity. So the low value shows that the water is clear, and the high value shows that the water is turbid. Here we have January through July, very low turbidity. August, we have a strong increase in turbidity, the highest NDTI values of the year. And September to December, we have turbidity that gradually decreases. Sediment settles as floodwater stabilize. Here, what we have as ecological significance is the August turbidity peak is particularly important because it coincides with the reproductive period of the West African manatee. With high turbidity reduces light penetration in the column water, in the water column. This limits the growth of submerged aquatic vegetation, which represent the primary food source of the manatee. Consequently, elevated turbidity may affect feeding conditions and nursery habitats used by mothers and juveniles. Okay. Here we have the demonstrated impact of Copernicus data. So the use of Copernicus data has demonstrated how Earth observation moves beyond scientific analysis to become practical tool for environment government. Satellite-based monitoring provides continuous and objective information on water quality and wetland dynamic. Regular monitoring supports biodiversity conservation by identifying ecological pressure affecting key species and habitat. At Touch turbidity monitoring revealed critical environmental conditions influencing aquatic vegetation and habitat of the West African manatee, particularly during its reproductive season. Okay, so we can go at the next. Here we see the key achievements of the program at Touch. So water quality monitoring presented is not an isolated activity. It builds upon several years of investment. The program established the reserve spatial baseline through boundary mapping, land cover mapping, and comprehensive biophysical and socioeconomic assessment. So, okay, we can go. In conclusion, we see that we have proven low-cost monitoring system, complete seasonal cycle captured, good ambient quality, strong baseline, so no algal bloom, ecological meaningful signals, triple use case. So Copernicus simultaneously serves as a management tool for DPN. It is the Directorate of National Parks, which is also the Ramsar National Focal Point that manages this reserve. It's also a scientific reference for CSE and a policy evidence base for national SDGs committees. I think I will stop here. You will have the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our three speakers from the Centre de Suivi Écologique. I think we'll wrap up here because otherwise we will run out of time. But if you have questions, don't hesitate to grab them during the breaks and to ask more about things you have seen or heard. Thank you so much. Next, so the last session for this morning, we welcome colleagues, people, whatever, from Spain to explain more about their CLMS user experiences. And the first speaker I would like to welcome on stage is Ricardo Díaz Delgado, the head of Earth observation at the Spanish Space Agency. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm here again. Sorry for this. I'm just going to explain a little bit more the poster, by the way, because this was an invitation, so I really appreciate the opportunity to show you the main activities of this Earth Observation Department that I'm leading at the recently created, just 3 years old, Spanish Space Agency, as I said. And can I have my presentation? Yeah, thank you. So, okay, thank you. Yeah, just a short picture. We are based in, the headquarters are found in Sevilla city, so you are really welcome to visit us, where we have these facilities that you can see, and I just wanted to show a little bit the governance structure. So we have 4 main directorates, meaning as we depend on the defense and science ministries, we have safety and planning for defense, programs and industry directorate, and science, technology and innovation. And finally, the one that my department is included is the user services and applications. So really focused on users requirements, as we will see later. And these are the departments dealing with telecommunications and space surveillance and satellite navigation, and finally the one on Earth observation. And this picture tries to summarize most of the activities oriented towards mostly, as I said, to the users, trying to follow this bottom-up procedure by which we collect the requirements from the end users. When I say users, all kinds of users, including governmental users. So we want to collect the requirements, the needs, in order to provide them with the available data, including, obviously, Copernicus. So we carry out these agreements, workshops, and outreach, and we collected information using surveys or these workshops. We provide some services. I will show you the one based on the collaborative ground segment. And finally, we develop applications. As you see there, we recently, for instance, were setting up the scene for one specific national node on emergencies that we look forward to implement by the end of this year. So finally, we focus on what we call downstream applications. And throughout all these activities, we have these new missions that we expect to be really providing enhanced data set to improve the national land monitoring system. So talking about this collaborative ground segment, just to briefly introduce you the main initiatives that have been incorporated so far. The very first one is just the opportunity to have a reception and acquisition station for Sentinel-1 data, including AIS data. The next one is making a big effort to collect all the national, let's say, I was going to say remote sensing data, but it's even more than that, also in situ data, led by the National Geographic Institute. And there is another initiative that is really welcome and appreciated because they are going to produce elaborated maps on biogeophysical variables that are really interesting from manifested by our users. And finally, we are also promoting the maintenance and work of this Spanish ground-based observation for in situ data to contribute for calibration validation. Yeah, so we believe this new constellation that will be launched starting next year will be providing, sorry for the, I will maybe better go to the details, but as you see, this is a joint initiative together with Portugal, where we have, Spain has 8 satellites that will be carrying these payloads, as you see there, multispectral camera, very high resolution, that will look to promote as I said, the enhancement of this land monitoring, but also for coastal and hydroelectric application. And as we have these tasking opportunities, we will be able to manage eventually and provide some help on emergencies and disasters, but also for forestry and agriculture. And then there are other payloads, another one for Earth observation, which is experimental Genesis radiometer, which is going to be providing, for instance, soil moisture. And finally, we carry out also communications payloads that can be also helpful in situ monitoring because it's providing IoT, Internet of Things, and also the automatic identification system for the vessels and the ships. This is the area of interest that will be having systematic acquisition. As I said, we will have a low latency. Every 6 hours, we will have images for any part of this area, and we expect to have a complete coverage of the area every 40 days or so. Yeah, this is the outline of the satellites. Nothing new. I mean, just to demonstrate a little bit the kind of satellites we deal with. They are microsatellites, lower than 100 kilograms. And as I said, there will be the possibility to have this tasking for governmental users, meaning that we can observe areas that are undergoing kind of what we might be classifying as emergencies. This is also providing data for outside the area of interest, obviously, so we'll be collecting data for the whole globe. And this is the available areas that can be covered by one single satellite. You see there the footprint of the area covered for one single satellite, and then the whole area by 4 of the satellites. These are the specs, the characteristics. I would really stress the one on latency, meaning that with less than 60 minutes, we have the raw data available. And every 6 hours, we can have the systematic acquisitions for the same place. Originally, the constellation is planned to last for 3 years, extendable to 5. And there will be these bands, as you see, very similar to the Sentinel-2 bands. And this is a picture that's showing a little bit the daily access over the area of interest for the multispectral camera payload. And finally, I just wanted to mention that we have engaged in this new mission. We call it SK Plus because it's going to be an extension of the previous one, but it's a bit different because it has been included in this European Resilience from Space initiative led by ESA to this strategy that we know, Earth observation for governmental services. So it's going to be providing dual services, but from the point of view of the civil users, we will be also providing, for instance, thermal high-resolution multispectral thermal data, so we look forward to contribute again to this Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ricardo. I don't know, we have time for a question? Is there a question from the audience for Ricardo? On the Spanish Space Agency. Not now, not yet. You're okay. So then I would like to invite the next speaker to the stage, Elia Quiros Rosado, Associate Professor at the Universidad de Extremadura.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, the organization, for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to present our work. Oh, no. The title of my presentation is From Satellite Data to Early Warning Using CLMS Applications in Climate Risk Prediction. Okay. In recent years, it's well known that we are increasing these bad weather conditions. So we are increasing not only the frequency of these climate risk events, not only the frequency, but also the intensity and the duration of these events. Here in Spain, the main events that we are suffering are wildfires and floods. In the case of wildfires, they are caused by heat waves and very long drought periods. In the case of floods, they are linked to concentrated rainfalls. So these two types of events are producing not only economic losses and economic impacts or environmental impacts, but also it's giving a very big pressure to civil protection systems. So what we need is a system to help these civil protection entities to predict if, or try to predict if we are going to have these events, and also not only when, but also where. So this is where the CLMS data is crucial for this. I'm going to present a project that we are developing between Spain and Portugal. The name of the project is RAT-EOS-PC. RAT corresponds to the translation of early warning networks. EOS is Earth observation data, and PC is for civil protection, is the translation of civil protection. So what we are trying to do is to transform satellite data to predictive intelligence. So trying to predict where these type of events are going to happen. We are focused on 3 steps. First of all, the Earth observation data. After this, we perform some physical and environmental models. And third, we transform everything in artificial intelligence. Here you have all the entities that are involved in the project. They are both from Portugal and from Spain. This is our study area. It's a very big study area, so it's very interesting because we are covering most of the Portugal territory and all the west of Spain. So this is very interesting for you, but for us it's very tricky because we have different climate, different covering types, different vegetation structures, different land covering patterns, and also different hydrological dynamics. So it's very difficult for us to deal with this so big area. For fires, that is mainly my presentation, we are working with, we are modeling, predicting modeling, some fires that we have obtained since 2015. We are working with the fires bigger than 100 hectares, and we are obtaining this information about combining those 2 official databases. One from Spain is national, this general wildfire statistic, but also we are implementing this information with regional government information. And in Portugal, we are working with this Institute of Nature, Conservation and Forest. Here you can see the zones that we have divided the study area. They do not correspond to provinces or NATS. They correspond to some zones that some experts and with us we have delimited these zones because we think that they share the same behavior in wildfires, because they share climate conditions, they share vegetation conditions, patterns, and this is how we have worked. So with these zones, here you have the number of events that we have modeled. How do we train the models? Well, the models are trained by three set of samples. The first one is the burned areas that are positive points, positive samples. It's a grid inside the burned area. And then we have divided the negative points in two sets. The one are the close negative, that are the areas bordering, surrounding the not burned area. And the other one are the rest of the area. So with this, we have a very big set of samples to model the fires. And what are the variables that we are using? We are using 6 sets of variables. So first, meteorological data with weather and hydrological data. Remote sensing, we are calculating spectral and biophysical indexes. We have also topographic variables, so they are showing us how the terrain is. Anthropic is the top. Anthropic variables that give us information about distances to dangerous structures, but also human impacts. And those two, vegetation cover and land use, that are the ones that we are obtaining by the CLMS database. Why we are using this information from these Copernicus Land Covering Services? Because we are working in 2 different countries. So for us, it will be very, very tricky to combine this information from official database of different countries, because we have different resolution scale, different temporal resolution, different legends even, so it was impossible. So we decided to work at a European scale and to work with this Copernicus Land Cover Monitoring Service. We have used all of these tree cover fraction, corylline land cover, so on, and for vegetation cover, all of these variables. If you can see, we have different colors of variables. The one on the top are static variables. We don't change the variables for the modeling, but in the case of the lighter ones in the bottom, we are calculating them as soon as we have updated the information. So as soon as the satellite passes through the study area, we calculate the indexes, and as soon as the ERA 5 gives us the information of meteorological data, we calculate it again. Here you have one preliminary result that we obtained, for example, for Zone 4. We modeled the whole zone with 9 fires, and here you have that you can see that we have a very good overall accuracy, and the most important thing is that we have a very good percentage of true positive and true negative data. So we are capable to distinguish the fire and not the fire. So it is a very good result. But going further, what we would like to emphasize is that we have done a SHAP study, seeing which are the variables that are more important in the models. So in this case, we obtain that in the top, in the best top, the most important variables, we obtain most of the CLMS variables. You can see it in all the zones that we have studied. So here you have. We have always one of the land cover and the other ones of the vegetation structure. So we can distinguish even between these CLMS variables if they are only for the vegetation type, but also for the vegetation structure. And this is for the last one. So the conclusions. CLMS variables have a very, very good, or are crucial because they have a very big weight in the model. So we are very happy to have used them. The territory matters as much as the weather. So with these CLMS variables, we are defining this civil protection where the fire could be happen. And with the meteorological data, when. So we are asking two questions, answering, sorry, two questions. We have discovered that we have a very consistency models because in all of the models, in all of the zones, we have always these CLMS variables as the most important. And also that we can see that the vegetation structure is almost even more important than the type of vegetation. So it's for the fires. It's we are answering that the meteorology explains when it can burn, but with this type of information with CLMS, we are answering where is the most likely to burn. As I told you, it's a project. We are also modeling floods, but in the case of floods, we are not answering where because the where locations are already delineated by by national agency. So in this case, we are only modeling when. So we are only measuring, modeling how much water is going to get into a river by means of the meteorological predictions. And that's all. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Then I will come here. Any questions? No? Okay, then thank you very much for your insight about land monitoring service data in Spain, the first one. The next one, I have Isabel Gonzalez, who is the representative of Agresta, if I'm right. The floor is yours. This is the clicker.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting Agresta to this great event. So I work in Agresta in the remote sensing team, and today what we want is to tell you a little bit of how we use Copernicus data into our workflow. So we are going to see different workflows and different ways of using it. Let me first please talk a little bit our company, because we are not the typical company, we are cooperative. We are around 50 people in the company, and 40 of us are partners of the company. Last year, it was our anniversary, and we were it was our 25th anniversary. And just to let you know that we are focused in forestry and rural development. We have a great R&D team with 12 PhDs, an expert team in remote sensing, and also a software development team. We work in national and international projects. You have here a great overview. But let's jump now into the first use case. We want to talk about the Mar Menor Lagoon in Murcia, here in Spain. So you have a picture here on the left side, so this is protected wetland, which has suffered a lot of degradation for many years, and there are three main causes for this. So massive urbanization, intense agricultural areas with runoff of pesticides, and the last one also erosion coming from all mining areas. So the regional government asked us for a solution, because whenever there is an extreme weather event, all this pollution ends into this wetland. So the idea was to create a buffer zone and also to restore some old wetlands in order to act them as a green filter to avoid that all these pollutions end into the sea. So first we started to look and to compare different type of images, different years, and try to find these old wetlands. The problem was that many of these old wetlands, they were already covered by built-up areas. So what we decided to do is, okay, let's try to detect potential flood-prone areas. Let's see how we find new potential areas where we could have a wetland. And for this second step, this detection, the key product from Copernicus was this high-resolution layer, water and wetlands status, because it gave us, after a strong event of flood, these kind of categories, where we could see where we had permanent water, temporary water, permanent wet, or temporary wet. So taking a look on this layer and mixing this layer with this some indices or some variables derived from the elevation model, and we follow this methodology suggested by Muro in 2020, we were able to get this potential wetlands mask. In the end, we have this mask with potential areas where we could have these wetlands, and this information was enriched with additional data, like the global surface water for the GRC and some other information that was provided by the regional government. In the end, we were able to obtain a probability map that we also discriminated in 3 different areas, and these 3 different areas had different functions. Like the first one was hydrological regulation and resilience. The second function for Zone B was water purification and connectivity, and the last one was to avoid erosion and sediment. So it was a protection area for erosion. Let me jump into the second study case that we have today. It's about the Forest Map IA. This is a tool developed by Agresta, and it's one of the innovation examples that we have recently developed. Basically, a user, by defining an area in the front end, that you can see here below, they can just in few minutes know how much wood they have or how much carbon they have in the study area. But behind this, there's a lot of data, algorithms, and plenty of information and a lot of work. We rely on field data coming from the national inventory data, and we also use LiDAR data, also provided by the IGN that we have already mentioned here in Spain. We also rely on some base maps that we have, and we also relied on Sentinel data and Landsat data. I'm going to focus in this Sentinel-2 data because what we are doing is just to do a classification to discriminate between broadleaf and conifer trees. And also the second one, the Landsat imagery allows us to identify what we do is we study time series of data, and with studying this time series of data, we can see where we have abrupt disturbances, which means that if we find, for example, that there was a forest fire last year, the inventory data that we have, it's a little bit old. This information is not valid anymore. The idea is at the end to be able to provide a continuous and dynamic forest inventory inside Spain. But focuses in Sentinel-2 data, And to this classification of coniferous and broadleaf data, we know that the Copernicus service already provides a forest type product. The problem for us in this case is like Spain is very diverse, and we decided not to generate a single model for the whole Spain. We decided to stratify this in different areas. So we divided this in 6 areas, including the Canary Islands, and we perform all these different models. But the important thing here was to have a very good training sample. So the better the training sample is, the better your outputs are going to be. What we did is we used the national inventory data, plus some inventory data that we had from some other projects, and we crossed that information with these 2 products provided by Copernicus, so the forest type and also the tree cover density. For us, we wanted to concentrate only in areas with a canopy cover larger than 60%. So in the end, this is one of the layers that is needed for this forest map here that I was telling you. And 2 more examples of how we use these Copernicus products. The first one was asked by the municipality of Cuenca, also here in Spain. They wanted us to calculate these urban ecosystem indicators. This is also related to this regulation, this new regulation coming from Europe, the Nature Restoration Law. We have already talked a bit about this one today in one of the posters. I will visit the poster. So basically, in this regulation, you have all the information about the methodology you have to follow. In our case, we follow option B2, and we were calculating these 2 indicators that you see here, the urban green space and the urban tree canopy cover. For both cases, initially you just have to define the urban area where you have to calculate your indicator. This is important because you have to report periodically. So what it is important here is also the regulation suggests you to use Copernicus data. So for the calculation of the urban green space, we use the Corine Land Cover Plus backbone that we have already listened a lot about it today. And for the second indicator, the urban tree canopy cover, we use the tree cover density. And for the last project is about the Life Adapt. This project promotes agroforestry systems to mitigate climate change in the Mediterranean, and we developed this tool that is there, that you can see there, Prio Silva Ara, which tries to map agricultural lands to identify areas where woody crops integration maximize the soil, water, and biodiversity benefits. So to do that, we follow a methodology to harmonize different type of inputs coming from different type of data, like soil health, hydrology, climate scenarios. You see all these particular variables there. But the key data here was the Copernicus data, because we needed to assess the vegetation and the habitat connectivity. So to do that, we again used the tree cover density map, and it was really important in order to analyze the continuity of the vegetation. In the end, the area was divided in different regions, from high to restrictive. High, those areas where it's good to include some woody crops and to create these agroforestry systems, and restrictive, so those areas that are protective, and of course it doesn't make any sense to introduce anything. So thank you very much. This was a very fast overview of some of the examples that we use. And yeah, if you have questions.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Do we have questions in the audience? Nothing? Yes.
Maybe one question. Why did you choose the backbone over the Urban Atlas Green Urban Areas product?
Sorry, can you repeat?
You choose the backbone for the green urban area assessment. Why did you choose the backbone in contrast to the Urban Atlas green urban area layer?
So I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that question because I was not involved in the project, but let me ask and we'll come back. I come back to you later.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? No? Okay. Thanks a lot then again. And then we move to our final speaker of the morning. And the final speaker from the Spanish user community, Juan José Fernández Ortiz, Senior Technician of Forest Fires in Infocam.
Hello everybody. Let me introduce not myself because it's not important, but my organization. I'm here on behalf of Infocam. Infocam is the wildfire management organization in Castilla-La Mancha region. Castilla-La Mancha is a region located just in the center of the country. We have more than 8 million hectares, but only 2 million people. So you can imagine how unpopulated, how the very low population of density of population that we have. We use Copernicus land products and other kind of Copernicus products at all phases of the emergency cycle. We have a problem that we live on an uncertain scenario. So we need to predict, we need to forecast the fire risk. For fire risks, it's very important how dry the vegetation is and what is the structure, the vegetation that will be burned. At planning, first of all, the first phase of the cycle, the planning section, we need to assess the fire risk on a status way. For example, at the beginning, years ago, we used the population density to predict the vulnerability because people make the territory vulnerable. So, but we made a really big mistake because we assume that everybody is living in the center of the city, in the center of the municipality, and this is not true. Several years ago, we started to use the global human settlement layer, but from Copernicus emergency, and we started to predict on a very on a better way the vulnerability of our territory. For example, here in the red square is an area with very high vulnerability in terms of people living in the territory, and here is a wildfire of the last year, threatening roads and threatening large cities. Because this layer, this product, can predict not only the cities, but also the big roads where people is living, where people is driving, and the roads are very, very essential, very crucial for us because people is outside the homes, so people driving cars on the roads are very, very vulnerable. On the second phase, in the preparation phase of the emergency cycle, we need to analyze what kind of fire we can expect. And for this purpose, it's very important, as you can imagine, the vegetation index. For us, the NDVI is a very good element to predict the draft of the vegetation, because, as you know, as much draft is in the vegetation as much the fire intensity we can expect. But we have a really good problem because we can obtain very low values of NDVI because the vegetation is very dry, but in some cases, because we have very low tree cover, very low cover of the vegetation. But we can resolve these kind of problems by relativizing, by using relative products. But the point is that we can integrate the products, the NDVI from Copernicus Land Monitoring Service in our tools, in our GIS tools. For example, here you can see fires from a couple weeks ago, a small fire, because we use these kind of products not only in the large fires, but also in the small fires. For us, vegetation is fuel, because vegetation will burn, so vegetation is fuel. And the vegetation properties, the vegetation dynamic, determine the fire behavior, as I mentioned before. The fire is very 5 hectares large, so very, very small fire. And as I mentioned, the relative greenness is calculated by comparing the historical data of the NDVI. As I mentioned, if we assume that the NDVI is informing directly about vegetation properties, we are making a mistake because NDVI can be high or dry, not only depending on the moisture of the vegetation, but also of the structure of the vegetation, the cover density. So we use relative greenness to determine how far we are from the maximum, the historical maximum, or how far we are from the minimum, historical minimum of the NDVI. We can approach in a strong way to the fuel moisture or to the fuel availability for the fire. We can use the relative greenness or we can use the relative FAPAR because both are very strong. The difference, the main difference that we found between relative greenness and relative FAPAR is that relative FAPAR can predict the moisture in winter in very cold areas in the northern of Spain or in the high mountains, because the RFAPAR obtain very low values in February, March, when in mountains we have intense fire activity. At operation, I think it is the most interesting part of the brief presentation. At operation phase, at ongoing emergencies, we use some Copernicus or some Sentinel-2, special Sentinel-2 products, because we integrate the products in our GIS operational tools in order to predict the fire behavior and to determine the decision making at operational level. For example, in this case, you can see an image with red colors and blue colors. The red colors are areas with very low fuel moisture. Many of them are aligned with grasslands, and the blue colors are aligned much with forests and shrublands. So in this time of the year, we can assume that in the grasslands, the fire will spread at a very high rate of spread because they are very, very dry. In this case, we use a product that is very important and very useful for us because we can identify on the terrain at near real time the blue areas. The blue areas match with almost bare soil. Bare soil is very important for us because they will stop the fire, so they are opportunities for firefighters, and they can anchor the operations on the blue areas, on the bare soil, in order to attack and to predict and to decide which flank, which sector of the fire should be a priority for the operational plans. In this photo, green areas, but as you can see here, we can find a water resource. At the end of the summer, many of the water resources, many small lakes, will dry, and helicopters and airplanes, we will not use this kind of water resource due to the lack of water. So we need to identify which water resource in our database are useful for us for today. So we can, firefighters, the incident commander, can refuse or can some kind of water resource due to the lack of water at the end of the summer. And for example, this is our product. This product was developed by our fire behavior analyst, and we integrate this product in our GIS operational tool. Red areas are identifying areas with very high fuel load, but very low fuel moisture, and the green areas are identifying areas with very high fuel load, but very high fuel moisture. So we can assume, we can expect that when the fire arrives to the green areas, the fire spread will go down. So green areas for us is an opportunity for us due to the fuel moisture, the very high fuel moisture. So in this case, in very small fire, that we will see that we detected that the fire went down when the fire arrived to the green areas. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juan Jose. Now you see again how much the Copernicus services and the land service interconnects with the other services and how we can build upon each other. Is there anybody having questions for this presentation? Yes, please.
Two questions, very good presentation. One is about the fire break, the discontinuity on the grass layer. You have seen some maps which seems like to be fallows of land, which is not cultivated this year, but might be cultivated next year. What's the risk of exposing those agricultural land into fire, particularly, and that's the second part of the question, that the heat waves is affecting Europe and the biomass is going to be dry. But I really applaud for the non-NDVI approach for the grass assessment.
Sorry? Okay. This is a really good question because nowadays we have a heat wave, very strong and very early heat wave in Spain. When we start the summer, we start with vegetation with very high moisture, and every heat wave impact on vegetation, the fuel moisture decline. So absolutely. So we have affected by the heat wave, not only in agricultural, in grassland, in croplands, but also in forests. So For example, this year we had a very wet spring and winter, but nowadays we can expect a very intense summer in terms of fire activity. In croplands, for example, many of crop farmers are expecting or are harvesting the very low amount of grains due to the heat waves, not only due to the heat waves now, because this is the first one in the year, but the extreme temperature in spring. I don't know if I...
Thanks a lot. Still other people who have a question over there?
Yanis from IGN France, so thank you for the presentation. So we saw about the predictive maps that can help prevent the forest fires and so on. So my question is, how can we use this predictive data, for example, to evaluate the impact of all this data after, for example, some forest fires? Then we can evaluate, like through the time, the importance of these informations. And the second part of the question is, can these data help us to prioritize the zones of intervention? For example, if there are like 2 or 3 forest fires, then we have to help the firefighters to go into action in the fastest way, but with also an order of priority. So how can this data help about this? Thank you.
Okay. Simultaneous wildfires are very, very, very bad for us because we have very, very big problems, not only when we have large wildfires. We can collapse our system when we have small fires, but a large amount of them. So, for example, we use this kind of data to prioritize the sectors for the operations, but we can use this data to size up the amount of the resources to be dispatched to a fire. For example, if we detect that the head of the fire will impact on a bare soil area with and they have not connectivity to forest, they will impact and they will stop. So frequently we only dispatch a low amount, only 2 resources. But if we identify, we predict that the fire has a very high, has continuity and connectivity in a very large forest area. So the amount of the resources that will be dispatched to the fire is very, very, very high. It's depending on other factors. For example, if there are people or if there are towns threatened by the fire. And the first question, please.
So it was about how do we evaluate the impact of these maps, predictive maps, for example, in
okay.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Okay. It's very important to contrast your data with the fire regime, with the historical fires, in order to determine what are our thresholds that launch the threshold, the values of the parameters that make very intense fires. For example, in some areas, as the professor of the University of Extremadura, Elia, mentioned, they split the territory in 9 areas because each area has a fire regime, fire characteristics in terms of frequency, size, when the majority of the fires are ignite in winter, in summer. The fire regime is very important. So if you have values, some values mean differently, have different consequences depending on the fire regime, depending on the latitude, the altitude, the vegetation, so I mean.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for presentation and answering the questions as well. So it's time for lunch, and I would like to welcome you to a seated lunch in La Maritima restaurant, which is on the ground floor. You will easily find it, I think. I have to add a message from the organization that any people with allergies, please come by the registration desk to collect an allergen sticker. So that's only for the people with allergies. The other stickers of the land service you can still take at the so please take care of that, because that makes the food organization much easier. So we break for lunch, and we will be back here at 14:30 sharp for our keynote speech. Thank you. Can I ask everybody to join us again and take your seat? We will restart our afternoon session, or start our afternoon session. We are a bit behind schedule. Also for the people online, apologies that we're a bit behind. Not everybody is as agile as the land service is, but we will now do our best to recuperate the time we lost. There are some very clever colleagues who have a cunning plan, so we will go for it. But in any case, now we will start with the keynote speech. And so welcome to our keynote speaker for today, Daniel Tsegai. He is a program officer and lead of the Drought and Water Scarcity portfolio of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, as many people call it. Daniel also served as coordinator of the successive intergovernmental working groups on drought of that UNCCD. Daniel, floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a bit of a challenge for me to get your attention after this very heavy and very delicious lunch, but I will do my best. Yeah, as the kind moderator said, I'm Daniel Tsegai. I'm a program officer at the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I'm going to speak a little about this secretariat when I'm about to finish my presentation, but it is one of the 3 Rio Convention secretariat, including climate change and the Biodiversity Convention. So I just give a title. Thank you very much for the invitation. By the way, this was an honor for me to be here with you and to also connect you to the policymakers, because I really see a lot of technocrats, knowledge experts, and I see a lot of knowledge here. And how can we bring it together to the policymakers, because we deal with the countries, with the policymakers at the national level. So I just give a title of my presentation: Drought, Land Systems, Climate Change, and Earth Observation for Decision Making. So I just try to do kind of a structure for my presentation. First, I will give some kind of an introduction. What are the warning signs? And how can we see the future drying out? Drought as a system phenomenon. We need to really look into drought as a systemic risk. The cascading impacts across sectors and systems in terms of the drought issues. And then we are also going to assess the progress in terms of what is happening in terms of progress and persistent gaps, what Earth observation already provides, what you have eloquently presented this morning, and many interesting to come, and the key gap when it comes to the data-rich but also decision-poor systems. So the challenge is about connecting the data with decision, and structural barriers to operational drought response when it comes to drought resilience. And I'm also going to give you a highlight of the International Drought Resilience Alliance that is spearheaded by the governments of Spain and Senegal, together with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and International Drought Resilience Observatory that the Secretariat of the UNCCD is also working on. It is a global coalition. And then the future outlook: how does it look like in terms of advancing drought resilience, from monitoring to decision triggering? What is the future prediction looks like in terms of predictive drought resilience intelligence systems, and how can we also see drought as an audit of climate governance and Earth observation effectiveness? So, and what are the choices before us? So as you can see in this picture, there are enough warning signs happening from everywhere around the world, from Asia to Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and Europe, on drought issues. For example, wildfires. There was a lot of interesting presentations on forest fires and the water scarcity issue and sand and dust storms. So I think there is a crippling and a lot of cascading impacts of droughts happening, and also a lot of other disasters, related disasters. So I think we don't need more warning signs. I think we need to act, and this room is full of knowledge in terms of where to act and how to act. But the most important thing is now, how can we inform the decision makers, those who are going to make the decisions, based on what comes out as a knowledge material. So seeing the future drying out, I think we all now are the ones who are making an evidence that it is happening, and it is happening in real time, that drought is going to happen more frequent, more severe. And what we also see in terms of predictions, I was just looking at a journal article by many actually, that the El Nino phenomenon is going to be very strong this time of the year as well. So as we also have just witnessed in many of our publications of the year, NCCD, droughts have increased by nearly 30% since 2000 this year. So I think in the last 30 years only, we see a lot of increment in terms of the drought, but it's not about the happening, it's about the intensity, the severity, also the geographical extent of what is happening around drought. And we did also a very good cooperation with the European Commission Joint Research Center on World Drought Atlas that was very well received by the countries of the UNCCD in 2024, December, at our Conference of Parties. And as this map also shows, that drought is happening from Western the US, Central America and the Caribbean, Brazil in the Amazon, and also in the Andes regions and West Africa, East Africa, everywhere in the world, the dark red. So I think what we call always is no country is immune to drought. And we need to act together. And this is happening in real time, and many countries are now feeling it, that this is a global issue, and for a global issue, we need a global solution. So 35% of the projected increase in global related economic loss is going to happen by 2035. So it is also claiming some kind of economic losses. By the way, we had also a publication where we did the financial needs assessment on drought and land degradation, and around $307 billion is lost as a result of drought and land degradation. So the world is losing $1 billion every day as a result of direct or indirect impacts of drought. And 30% of the global land surface is now affected by drought in 2025. And between 1970 and 2025, we can see that the global burn area has grown by 50%. I think there was also a few presentations this morning on forest fires. Globally, all monthly temperature records have been broken over the past 3 years. So this is not by coincidence or just by chance. It is really happening, and we can see it. This is actually the Copernicus from 2025. And 90 million people are facing severe hunger in Eastern and Southern Africa due to largely drought in 2026. So as I was also reading an article where in Africa, every 46 seconds, 1% dies as a result of a direct or indirect effects of drought. So it is happening, and it's affecting lives and livelihoods. So as you can see, drought is, of course, a natural disaster, but it is not necessarily a natural disaster. We need to really look into it as a human disaster as well, because the drought in the anthropogenic, the drought we made, interconnected systems, and the impacts of drought are being now, I think, boosting because of population growth, excessive irrigation, over-farming, urbanization. So there is a lot that we can do to minimize the impacts of drought. So we cannot just wait for drought to happen and we call it a crisis. It is a risk. It is something that can be minimized in terms of its impact. That's why we try to show this kind of maps also to the countries to see that there is anthropogenic factors are at play when it comes to the impacts of drought. So drought, again, as I mentioned briefly at the beginning, is a systemic phenomenon. It is a systemic risk. When it comes to drought, it's not people just to oversimplify it that it's less than average rainfall, but it is not about it. It is about the natural environment. It's about our resources, water resources. It is also about the energy, hydropower, communities and health. It's also about economies and livelihoods, agriculture, and the cascading impacts of drought are very interesting to see over time when it comes to the short term, you talk about maybe less than average rainfall, there is less of agriculture to do, but then medium term, it starts to also affect your hydrological cycle, and we talk about long-term impacts, and then the legacy impacts. Droughts are now happening in decades, so year over year. So we need to really have a bigger and much more comprehensive view of drought, and it is very important also to show that this short-term, medium-term, long-term, and legacy impacts, decades and beyond, they have greater vulnerability to future droughts and extremes. So it is cascading, it is spiraling, the impacts are cascading. It means long after rains have also come back, the effects of droughts are felt. The World Bank estimated, for example, that children born during drought are more likely to be less cognitive capacity, to grow with less cognitive capacity, to be mentally retarded. So we don't even relate it directly to the impacts of drought, but it has happened. They followed for around 40 to 50 years of data on drought impacts. And this is the thing that is going to affect us in the long term. And as I have already mentioned this, every sector and every economic sector is affected. Water supply, agriculture, energy, health, economics, and even tourism. Sometimes many countries are trying to auction their wildlife as a result of drought, and that means tourism is dead. And in many cases, for example, when drought strikes, the health and maybe also education attendance of women and girls is also affected as a result of drought. So sometimes we don't directly associate the impacts of drought. We have underestimated the impacts of drought, and it is time to recognize the drought impact in its full spectrum. So what we have seen so far, and then if we assess the present in terms of what is the progress and what are the persistent gaps, coming close to the room on what you are doing, on what Earth observation already provides. This high-resolution data from the University of Arizona, for example, shows that the detection of emergence of mega-dry regions in continents. So this is the Earth observation projects where it says that there is a lot of dryness everywhere in the world, but you also see a little bit, interestingly, in the sub-Saharan Africa, for example, a bit blue because of the groundwater availability, which is not yet accessible because of, we call it like the economic water scarcity. You need to be able to access the drought, the water itself, but at least it is happening. And also global drought overview in late May in the Copernicus also shows that the drought is happening everywhere in the world. So this is what Earth observation provides in terms of importance. And also some terrestrial water storage for many countries. The water storage capacity of many countries around the world is also declining from time to time in the last 20 to 25 years. So the key gap is data-rich, but also decision-poor systems. This is the status where we are. First of all, the planning gap. One thing that we need to really consider, at least discussing in the next 3 days, is there are persistent gaps. Many regional policies lack specific science-backed triggers. So early warning should be translated into early action. And this has to be mandated water conservation or resource shifts before a crisis peaks, because when a crisis happens and it is too late, and maybe also a very expensive and fragmented, uncoordinated action happens. So this planning gap, to be able to deliver the data before the peak season, is very important. The other thing is sectoral silos. I have been traveling to many countries discussing drought issues, and you see it in one sector or ministry discussing about drought. The rest of the country is not discussing it until it happens. When it happens, it affects every segment of the economy. So the silo is a big bottleneck for drought resilience. And also, I think, for Earth observation scientists, you need to really see how to manage this silo. Drought management struggles with competing interests. For instance, agricultural irrigation often directly conflicts with municipal drinking water. So we need to have a comprehensive view on how to preserve the ecosystem and water supplies. And the other thing is accountability. It's very important that the frameworks that we work with enable proactive planning needs. Many countries, they just claim, oh, we have a national drought plan. But what they have is how to respond to drought when it strikes. What they don't perceive is that they have to have a preparedness plan, early warning, drought risk profiling, who is going to be affected and why. What are my options in terms of drought risk mitigation measures? There is no one size fits all, so we need to really look into context-specific measures that you have at hand. When drought strikes, then you are immediately going to trigger action. So I think accountability is very key. Also, I think when you do these observation systems, this will be the very important thing that we need to look. And I just finishing a very interesting policy brief that we are going to be presenting to COP17 in Mongolia, where we have seen some structural barriers to operationalize drought response. One is fragmented governance and coordination. I think I have highlighted this silo approach. Governments are not interacting with each other. Sectors in a country, sometimes Ministry of Agriculture, meteorology, water, even health, finance, they need to really have a stakeholder engagement within the country. And the other thing is reactive crisis management. Many countries react too little and too late. So this reactive approach to drought management is not going to help us, especially because it's going to happen more frequently. Weak early warning to early action mechanisms. Sometimes early warning is translated as if it is about being able to predict and forecast. But it's also about analyzing the risk, communicating the risk, and then being able to also deliver this early warning information into the end users of this information. Until it reaches that, it is not good enough, because what we are doing is not an academic exercise, but we are trying to help people to act on the early warning. So I think this early warning to early action gap. Insufficient financing and investment. This is also another deadlock. We did a survey with about 70 countries, and many countries know what to do next, but the financial gap, especially also government prioritizing drought, is very big challenge, because sometimes the next election is closer than the next drought. This is how we call it. So I think many countries, governments are caring about the next election and really looking into insufficient investment on drought, data, capacity, and communication gaps. High socioeconomic and environmental vulnerability to drought is very key factor. So I'm just going to come into one observatory or alliance that we are working with. The governments of Spain and Senegal are leading, as I said, but many countries have since joined, around 45 countries with many UN and non-UN organizations. This is an international drought resilience alliance. It is a global coalition that mobilizes not only political, but also technical, financial capital to enhance drought resilience. So a lot is happening. These organizations are working together. It was launched in 2022 at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And it has gained momentum, and many countries and organizations are joining. And please feel free to look into it. And if your country or your organization is not in this, please make sure that you are part of us. And as part of this International Drought Resilience Alliance, we developed a community of learning and practice. To me, as a founder of this learning and practice, it was a game changer, because people in a room like this, for example, we speak the same language, we talk about the same issue, but after 3 days, we are all dispersed into our daily life realities. But this kind of community and learning and practice helps you to connect offline and make sure that you work together on a different issue. So we have been doing this for the last 2 years, and it has been growing momentarily. As you can see, we have communities for Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Central and Eastern Europe, and Northern and Mediterranean, but also global. So we have around 520 members. We do webinars. They put a lot of knowledge platforms. We have a platform. So I just want to invest maybe the next 20 seconds of your time to, if you can, just take this QR code scan and then be part of this CLP. I think this would be a great asset for our community, because we have a lot of policymakers, technocrats, but also university lecturers, but maybe not Earth observation scientists. So I think you would add value and you would learn from this community. So there's 4 areas of drought resilience action about the international drought resilience are building political momentum on drought resilience. Now heads of states are talking about drought as a result of this coalition, and common framework to accelerate action on drought resilience, knowledge sharing, and innovative finance on drought resilience. The last 4 years we have been busy trying to bring together all these 4 pillars of action, and IDRO, the International Drought Resilience Observatory, emerges from this alliance, where we are working with the University of Yale, and also JRC is a member of it, WMO, and many other organizations. It's a groundbreaking initiative. It is championed again by Spain, Senegal, and Saudi Arabia. We are trying to revolutionize global drought resilience. Critical information is emerging, and we are trying to really look into how we can connect data and information which are very much scattered into policy and decision making. So as you can see, drought resilience is very complex, and this IDRO, this observatory is, there are a lot of observatories. What we are trying to make sure is that to simplify this information so that we can get it into the right hands at the right time. It is still a very complex graph that I'm showing you to show you that, to appreciate how complex it is. And decision makers do not understand these complex figures, and they just want to get one key information, and this International Drought Resilience Observatory is trying to do that by creating a drought resilience index. I'm sure many of you are aware about the Human Health Index, for example, or the HDI, Human Development Index. It's very easy to understand. It's an index. So we are trying to create that kind of index also for countries. And this probably will be launched at COP17, which I'm going to talk about in Mongolia. So a lot of drought monitoring platforms have been reviewed now as a result of this. Most platforms lack a global perspective. Many of them have regional perspective, and they are often tailored to specific audience or use cases. So we are trying to really bridge this gap, where we are trying to fill this gap by making a global perspective for a wide range of stakeholders. So the whole idea is about connecting data with science and meaningful action. And IDRO is going to monitor drought resilience and search for key indicators. We are going to produce interactive maps and data visualization. AI is going to be heavily used in this knowledge generator AI, snapshot features, latest news and alerts and resources. So it's going to be a big platform that we are trying to hopefully operationalize at COP17. The prototype was launched at COP16 in December 2024 in Riyadh, and now we are hoping that we will be able to look into operationalizing it at COP17 in Mongolia. So we have IDRA platform, the landing platform will look like this, where we have a landing page, interactive globe, curated data stories. I'm not going to walk you through everything, but if anyone is coming to COP17, we will be happy to walk you through this. We will have a IDRA pavilion to show everything on what is happening around the International Drought Resilience Observatory. And we have a lot of case studies, for example, when it comes to this immersive exploration. It will also be showcased at COP17. And as you know about the Day Zero in Cape Town, for example, and we will have Senegal, South Africa, South Sudan, South Korea, Singapore, and Saudi Arabia as case where we are trying to look into. And maybe because we are also a little bit focusing on coastal zones, as I was informed, I think the Caribbean is also very going to be beneficiary of this IDRA platform, where we see our ancestral territories, for example, somebody saying, suffering under attempts to expand monoculture, deforestation, and extractive activity. So we see the worsening effects of drought on our agriculture, and the tensions between neighbors and when wells dry up on the island. So this is also happening at the small island developing states and many Caribbean countries and ocean, the coastal zones. So it's very important to also appreciate the indigenous knowledge. When we talk about the Earth observation, I think it's always good to connect it to what exists on the ground, the indigenous knowledge. Healthy ecosystems underpin resilience. So this is also taken from the Caribbean. If you are going to be focusing, especially this year, on the coastal zones, community-led approaches are very essential. And I was just talking over lunch that it's important if you participate, you will be owning it. So I think we need to really make sure that the communities are at the forefront on any initiative. Resilience is about the culture as well as about the infrastructure. So if we have a beautiful infrastructure, good technology, but I think the culture has to be also acknowledged. So linking traditional knowledge with Earth observation is what I at least took in terms of what we have done in terms of the research in the Caribbean. So yeah, the coastal zones are also not spared from these drought effects. As you can see, I'm just going back to the maps that I showed you, and everywhere that the coastal zones are also affected by drought. So the phase 2 on Hydro is going to focus on technology, data, people, and security issues. And this is a huge machinery, as I said, and we are going to be launching it at COP. So the future, how does it look like? First of all, I think from monitoring decision, triggers, and operational stakeholders, we need to really look into the challenge is no longer detecting drought, because it is happening, and we have a lot of information and technology. It is deciding when action must begin. I think it's very important that these decisions, these Earth observation systems, come handy so that decision makers can really look into how they can trigger action. The future of drought governance lies in linking observation to predetermined action before the impacts escalate. So I think we need to really make it somehow simpler for people to see when we monitor, assess the risk, the threshold when they can trigger action, and then there is some activities on the ground. So future direction, I think we need to move from observing drought, from observing the Earth, into anticipating, forecast impacts, not only hazards, because in the drought issues, we always talk about what's going to happen in terms of the drought early warning, but how is it going to impact us is also should be part of the early warning and monitoring systems. Estimate likely effects on water, agriculture, and ecosystems. Then we need to also integrate multiple risk dimensions. We need to combine. We always sell drought as an environmental challenge, but it's also a socio-economic challenge. It is a food security and development challenge. So we need to shift resources before crisis becomes emergencies. And we did also a study where if you put $1 single into proactive drought management, you are costing like 10 when drought strikes. So it's 1 to 10 ratio. So it makes also economic sense to invest before drought strikes for the same disaster. So I think from audit to action with Earth observation and climate governance should really make sure that the combination of drought and technological audits highlight is a shift in modern climate strategies. So policy as a service models where funding and adaptation mandates are directly triggered by this Earth observation indices as we know it. So every drought tests not only about water availability as we know it, but the effectiveness of our actions. Drought tests us as community, also as Earth observation community, it investments and decision-making systems. At the UNCCD, we are now trying to support countries from planning to investment planning. How am I going to implement my drought plans? So I think it's very important that we see drought not only as an environmental, technical challenge, but also about institutional challenge. The success of Earth observation should ultimately be measured not by the data, we know it, but also by the impacts it helps to prevent. So I think we need really to change the measure of our success, going from data into impacts. So the closing remarks, I think advancing drought intelligence is very important. We need to move from monitoring drought into managing the drought risk. Monitoring drought will help you when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, but monitoring the risk is going to help you minimize the impacts. And we need to turn early warning into early action. I think this is, I cannot emphasize enough on this, and build integrated drought intelligence systems. So I think our future lies not in combining Earth observation, climate forecasting, socioeconomic information, and artificial intelligence. So just having said this, I just want to a bit introduce you, maybe 2 minutes, the UNCCD, what it is. It is the global vision and voice for land, and it is the only legally binding entity talking about land degradation, desertification, and the drought. It is one of the 3 Rio conventions, together with the Convention for Biological Diversity and the Climate Change Convention. And we were adopted on 17 June 1994. We just celebrated 30th year before years, so 32 years into effect, and it entered into force in 1996. The only legally binding, about 197 parties, 196 countries plus the European Union. And if you want more about the convention, you can Google us on www.unccd.int/convention. I'm sure many of you know about the UNCCD by now. With this, I just finished my long presentation, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's me again, and it is time for more poster pitches. We have only 11 this time, and we will start with Christoph Schröder from the University of Malaga. So, another session which briefly introduces you to all the interesting topics you can hear more about in the dedicated poster session, as well as any other break that you are interested in talking to people during.
So yeah, hello, good afternoon. You may know, and I think you're aware of the importance of wetlands as a key ecosystem that, particularly in the Mediterranean, is crucial for climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation. It also suffers not only in the Mediterranean, worldwide, severe degradation over the last decades, over the last centuries. And in this context, it's obviously important to know where wetlands are. It's important to know how they are distributed and how they are doing in terms of their conservation status, their condition. This knowledge is important to adopt obviously the right measures of conservation restoration. And in this context, we have developed, this poster presents a workflow, a methodology to delineate and map the extent and distribution of wetlands across the whole Mediterranean basin, covering north, south, east, west Mediterranean, with a combination of different data sources, global data sources, pan-European and regional data sources. Obviously, for the Euro-Mediterranean area, we have tested and implemented the integration of quite a few Copernicus Land Monitoring Service products, while for the southern and eastern shore, also other global Copernicus data and regional data. So what can you expect when you join me later in the poster session? So to get to know the different mapping approaches we applied, how we integrated CLMS data, why we used CLMS data, particularly looking at the harmonized mapping for the whole territory. Understand which data gaps are there, how we have started to overcome them, and what are still in front of us to be tackled, and learn more about the so-called Mediterranean wetland knowledge base, which integrates the data we have created and can be consulted by the users. Just only to finalize that this is not a single work by one partner, but a combination of different major wetland-oriented institutions, Mediterranean Wetland Observatory, the Greek Biotope and Wetland Center, and the University of Malaga. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then we have Stephanie Weichschreiber from GAF.
So we have heard about the Global Land Cover and Forest Monitoring Project already several times during the morning. And so on this poster, we'll present you on the forest part of this product. So it's covering the tree cover density product is covering the whole pan-tropical belt for the reference year 2020. And even though this product has only become available a couple of months ago, so not that long, there are already it's being used, and we present on this poster 2 use cases. So one is in Bangladesh, where the product has been used to support the mangrove restoration efforts. And the second use case on this poster is how in the South Sudan the product was used to support the community-based forest management. And on top, you will also see an outlook to the upcoming product, which is currently in production. And this is the tree cover presence change layer. That's also then for the subsequent years after 2020. So how the gain and losses of the tree cover around the pantropical area evolves. And now this is not a global, but a European product only, the EU Hydro 2.0. We also heard about this already this morning. And on the poster, we will present you basically answering 2 questions. So one, what is the EU Hydro 2.0 actually? So this next generation consistent product, both in raster and vector layers, which can then be used for a range of applications, starting from cartographic mapping to flood modeling, river connectivity analysis, river basin management, things like that. And it serves also a variety of European policies, such as the Nature Restoration Law, the Water Framework Directive, and others. And I'm happy to discuss both of the projects with you at the poster session later.
Then we have Alice Lernoux from CLS, twice as well.
Hello everyone, I'm Alice Lernoux from CLS. So CLS is producing the Copernicus Urban Atlas since the beginning, and we are now working together with Geoville, Cotesa, Gisbox, and Evenflow, and we try to improve the product. We are the Urban Atlas 2021 dataset is available on CDAC, you know that, and we are also working on the next one. So the next one will be Urban Atlas 2024, because now we are coming from a 6-year update to a 3 years update. We are also now using combined approach based on VHR datasets provided by EEA, but also using a Sentinel-2 approach to have to apply a change detection methodology for this project now. The new thing is we also have some new classes for the green urban areas. They are now distinguished between public, private, and unknown, which is a quite new, interesting information that we can have on the European level. And all of that is to be sure that we are in line with environmental policies. As we are in Valencia, this beautiful city, we made a focus on that, on the area, combining the street tree layer product and highlighting also the building block high product. You can see it better on the poster in a few minutes. Thank you.
Alice, isn't this you as well?
Okay, me again. Now talking about the Urban Relief project. This is a Horizon Europe project led by IASA. This one is like a continuity of Urban Atlas because we want to demonstrate how Earth observation, reference data, and citizen science can help support the policy relevance monitoring of specifically urban green infrastructure. So we work with many test sites, and the other companies involved in the project developed an application of tree registry that is mapping the tree directly in the city and by the citizens. And it gives us more information compared to what we can look and have with the Earth observation datasets. For example, we see that in blue-green, these are the trees that are mapped by the imagery, satellite imagery, and in the pink, red, the points are the trees registered by the citizens. And we see that this is quite complementary because satellites cannot see everything, and citizens can see almost everything also. But we also have distinction between private and public spaces. So on this, on the poster I present, we focused on Athens, which was quite an interesting city to explore for these thematics, and we applied the 330-300 rule. I'll let you with this suspense. If you don't know what it is, just come to me at the poster. Thanks.
And then it is time for Stephanie Dumambos from GAF.
Good afternoon, everyone. From space, grasslands can almost look identical. And on top of that, satellite images are usually obstructed with clouds, shadows, and infrequent image acquisitions, which makes it kind of difficult to actually know when a field is mowed or not. So this is where we come in. This is Mowing Quest. It's a crowdsourcing app where anyone like you can actually download and contribute to this initiative. You can download the app and scan the QR code first and download the app and take a photo of a field while you're running, walking, cycling, or you're a group of friends just along a grassland area, and tell us if it's mowed or not. So each observation will help us determine, of course, when a field is mowed or not, and definitely add on to the grassland mowing events and dates data set. So we're currently in our pre-pilot campaign, which we're aiming 200 observations, and it's open for everyone. We indicated pilot regions, Austria and Germany, but definitely anyone can contribute. And we're looking forward to our main campaign in 2027, which we're targeting 2,000 locations around Europe. So please scan the QR code and help us get more observations. Thank you.
And then we will be going to Prague, and Daniel Paluga from the Department of Applied Geoinformatics and Cartography.
Hello everyone, I am Daniel Paluba from Charles University from Prague, Czechia. And in my poster, or in our poster, we will show you how we are trying to monitor forests and agricultural tree crops, especially olive groves in the Mediterranean region. And this is why, because olives are the most produced actually goods in the Mediterranean region worldwide. And actually, in our global-based study, we found out that these tree crops, especially in the Mediterranean region, are very challenging to monitor. And this is why we now focus on a more regional approach and try to create a regional approach. So in the first step, we created a training data set based on some in situ data and also Earth observation-based data sets such as CLMS forest and cropland products and other products. And then we train a very efficient linear support vector machine model combined with satellite embeddings that include waste of Earth observation data to create actually two maps, the forest non-forest map and the olive non-olive map, from which combination we created our final map of extent of forest and olive in 2020. And we also validated our product over different data sets. We found out that we are getting very satisfying results, and we can also getting better results than other global or regional products. And most importantly, this approach is very efficient and transferable to other years, and we can do change detection, and also this can support various policies such as EUDR, CAP, and so on. So please stop by to find out more, and thank you.
And then we are going to Juan Miquel Romero from the University of Castilla.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jean Miquel Galvez Romero. I'm representing the remote sensing and HAZE group from University of Castilla-La Mancha. I'm going to present the brand new project of TELPIS. It's a study of pistachio. This pistachio we eat in the desert comes from somewhere, and this is from trees. We built, we are Copernicus ambassadors in Castilla-La Mancha, and we start a project for the increase of pistachio crops in Castilla-La Mancha, and we tried this give us a challenge to maintain the how is the name, the water management, all of this. We built a living lab in a 450 hectares land. We have a living lab with a lot of measurements that I have no time to explain here, but we can talk in the poster. There's no problem. And we use the Copernicus Land Monitoring System to manage all the measurements about high resolution vegetation index, land surface temperature, soil moistures, and evapotranspiration. We also have measurements with drones and to make all of these comparison with other products. Our intention is to put all of this data in our water balance system to obtain a good water management of this. Just give you the option if you want to talk in the coffee break, if you want, to more specification. Thank you.
Thank you, and nice alignment with the restaurant on the menu. That was interesting. Then we will go back to the Charles University with Asena Arshad. And I also should stress that if you find some posters incredibly interesting, then we're storing all of them on our website so you can find them afterwards.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. It's Sana from Charles University. And I'm pleased that the session was started from the significance of the drought. So the major innovation of our poster is to map the droughts. And it's about the developing an asymmetric drought index that's called as the temperature, vegetation, precipitation dryness index, using Copernicus climatic data and other remote sensing variables. And the droughts were mapped on the high resolution cropland layers from the CLMS. And it was validated with the CLMS soil moisture and the SMAP soil moisture and another drought indicator that's SPEI. So the major findings was that the REACH model was well trained for developing this index with the highest accuracy for the wheat crop and followed by the maize crop and then for the barley crop. And our created asymmetrical TVPDI index demonstrated a moderate agreement with CLMS SMI for the wheat crop, but a strong agreement with the maize crop. So we propose that this framework is more reliable for the crop-specific drought mapping and can support agricultural early warning drought system across the Central Europe, and it is also much applicable to other parts of the Europe. So I will be pleased to discuss more about the project and more about the findings and the methods in the poster session. Thank you.
Just two more pitches left. So the second to last is from Luis Perez from the Mediterranean Center for Environmental Studies.
Good afternoon, thank you. And in this work, I'm presenting a 17 meters land surface temperature which was generated from downscaling 1 kilometer LST data. For that, we use CLMS urban morphology dataset together with thermal features and also CLMS vegetation indices, and applying an XGBoost regression. The 70 meters LST dataset was then compared with the B2CLIM 3 meters air temperature, which is air temperature network which was deployed in the city of Valencia and has more than 70 sensors right now. And then this comparison was analyzed by the coordinate land cover classes, seasons, and the observation time. From the results, this comparison showed that the LST and air temperature differences depend mainly on the season and also the observation time, and has some influence on the coordinate land cover, but has to be further analyzed. So please, for more details on the work, you can come and visit the poster. Thank you.
And then we will go to Vito and a pitch by Yannick Deutscher.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's actually Yoneum Research, my organization. I'm Yannick Deutscher. I'm glad to be here today. We've heard a lot about heat and drought stress and climate adaptation and its requirements. As you can see from my outfit, I take the practical part of climate change adaptation very seriously, and can say that it really helps. But there's also a number of land use, land cover classes that are affected, and we're also interested to monitor those. One especially is tree-covered areas and forests. And I'm presenting today a new product that is currently being developed under the HRVPP2 framework, which was presented this morning by Ruben from Vito. This layer is on vegetation, on tree-covered areas, and looking at how they behave on an annual basis, but also on a long-term multi-annual basis. And it basically expands and complements the VLCC products which already exist on tree cover and forests, and provides a number of new information layers. Some of them are featured here, such as the information on the disturbance date or the disturbance window when it was detected, but also on the magnitude of the disturbances in tree-covered areas. And then on the multi-annual scale, we're looking at trends. How do tree-covered areas behave over several years, starting from 2018 onwards? And that can be an indicator of whether forests are still healthy, vital, or whether we see degradation effects in forested areas. But it can also highlight areas where we see revegetation and recovery. Now, currently we're starting this operational readiness review phase for the product. So hopefully by autumn or at the end of the year, we will know whether this product will go into production. And if you want to know more about this product and its information layers, then please meet me at the poster or anytime afterwards at the networking events. Thank you.
Tim, over to you.
Thank you. Well, I did tell you that we're a bit agile. So the idea now was that we have a coffee break. We will still have the coffee break, no stress. But we're a bit behind schedule as well. So we have a session which was planned for 16 hours, so for 4 o'clock, on the Barcelona Convention. This was a pre-recorded session. We will play it here on the big screen. Meanwhile, we'll have the coffee break. So you're welcome to have a coffee, to have a discussion or whatever you prefer, and watch the video afterwards, because it will be online. Or you're welcome to have your coffee and watch the video right now. We leave it up to you. But in any case, we hope to win some time now, because we are too much behind schedule and we don't want to end by midnight today. So please feel free to have a coffee. We resume here, if I'm not wrong, at 4:30 then. Okay? Thank you.
you for inviting UNEP-MAP to attend the 2026 Copernicus Land Monitoring Services General Assembly, where I'm extremely sad for not being able to make it to attend it with physical presence, as for other ongoing commitments, in particular some mission to the countries. This was not possible, and we really hope that we will make it to attend any future meeting you may have. I'm Christos Akimidis. I'm an environmental oceanographer. I work for UNEP-MAP, and I'm the Quality Status Report Program Management Officer, supervising and implementing and supporting the implementation of the ecosystem approach. And it's in the integrated monitoring and assessment program in the Mediterranean Sea and Coast monitoring program, the so-called IMAP. I will present you a few slides on the progress for implementing ecosystem approach in the framework of the MAP Barcelona Convention, with a particular focus on climate change and on aspects relevant to land and monitoring services, which are of relevance to the Copernicus work. For those who are not familiar with UNEP-MAP, the Barcelona Convention and its Mediterranean Action Plans was established in 1975. A year before that, UNEP established its program for regional seas by coordinating activities aimed at protecting the marine environment through a regional approach. The Mediterranean Action Plan was the first UNEP initiative developed under the program and became the model for other regional seas around the world. As already stated, the Mediterranean Action Plan was adopted in 1975, mainly through the Mediterranean countries and the European Union, who adopted MAP as the institutional framework for cooperation to address the common challenges of the degradation of the marine and coastal environment. UNEP-MAP also approved the drafting of a framework convention for the protection of the marine environment from pollution, as well as two related protocols that would provide the legal basis for action to protect the marine and coastal environment of the Mediterranean from pollution. Further to that, of course, a number of additional protocols have been inserted into the framework of the MAP Barcelona Convention, including a revision which came several years after. Now we are celebrating the 50 years of UNEP-MAP. With regards to ecosystem approach and IMAP implementation, we have a series of important decisions that have been adopted by the contracting parties to the Barcelona Convention. Mainly, ecosystem approach implementation was initiated in 2008 through COP15, whereas IMAP, the Integrated Monitoring Assessment Program for the Mediterranean Sea and Coast and related assessment criteria, was adopted in 2016 through COP19. Since then, we have also two major assessment products, the 2017 and the 2023 Mediterranean Quality Status Report. We have a series of assessment studies, MAP data policies, governance structure, and recently, in December 2025, we adopted decision IG 27/6, focusing on the ecosystem approach policy and roadmap for the next 10 years, so from 2026 to 2035, and the third phase of IMAP. A roadmap has been agreed, which details the ecosystem approach roadmap implementations for the next 10 years, including a series of important elements and milestones, and most importantly, mandating the preparation of the next Mediterranean Quality Status Report in 2031. IMAP, ecosystem approach, and the third phase of IMAP include 11 ecological objectives, which are very aligned with those under the EU MSFD, with maybe a small exception under ecological objective 8. We have three clusters. We have the biodiversity and non-indigenous cluster, where we have ecological objective 1 on biodiversity, 2 on indigenous species, 3 on harvest of commercial exploited fish and shellfish, so on fisheries, 4, we have a series of new indicators, candidate common indicators on marine food webs, seafloor integrity, with 2 new indicators. Then we have the important cluster of pollution and marine litter through ecological objectives 5, eutrophication, 9, contaminants, marine litter, which now includes 1 new and 1 upgraded indicator, and ecological objective 11, which is focusing on underwater noise. Last but not least, and here is the strong link with the Copernicus, we have the coast and hydrography cluster for mainly comprising of ecological objective 7, hydrography, and ecological objective 8, coastal ecosystem and landscapes, and this is where we have a series of very interesting indicators. If you allow me a bit of additional details on the overall structure of IMAP, under EO10 marine litter, we have a new common indicator 24 focusing, we have an upgraded, common indicator 24 on the trends in the amount of litter ingested by marine organisms in the number of individuals entangled in marine litter. The focus is on marine turtles. We have 2 upgraded indicators on EO11, which is on underwater noise. So these 2 indicators were candidate, now where they have been upgraded to full indicators, and under ecological objective 8, we have the candidate indicator focusing on land cover, candidate indicator 35, focusing on land cover change, which is now become a common indicator. We have also new IMAP indicators. We have 8 new indicators under ecological objective 4, marine food webs, 2 new indicators under seafloor integrity. We have a new indicator on marine litter focusing on riverine litter, and here we have another 5 indicators, new candidate indicators on hydrography and coastal ecosystems and landscapes, which have been introduced into ECAP and IMAP to address, in particular, the climate change, the effect of climate change on the marine coastal environment. These new climate change indicators, they focus on large-scale changes in circulation patterns, wave width, wave height, temperature, pH, and salinity distribution, mainly through monitoring large-scale changes in the physical and chemical characteristics of the marine environment, changing rapidly due to climate change, and parameters are equally important for the assessment of other indicators related to pollution, eutrophication, and the biodiversity, focusing on the cumulative impacts and also providing some interconnection with the other indicators. We also have the long-term changes on sea level. This is a critical indicator of global climate change. It focuses on significant impacts on low-lying coastal areas, increasingly prone to flooding, submerge of land, and loss of habitats, accelerates coastal erosion, saltwater intrusion into freshwater systems, infrastructure damage, etc. And also mareography data, satellite data, which are also of particular importance. We also have a new indicator on area of restored degraded coastal wetlands. As you know, coastal wetlands provide essential ecosystem services, habitat for wildlife, flood regulation, buffers against erosion, carbon sequestration, and over the last century, nearly 50% of the Mediterranean coastal wetlands have been lost due to human pressures, mainly because of urbanization, pollution, altered water regimes, also sea level rise, warming, and extreme climate events. One of the targets is to restore at least 40% of the degradable coastal wetlands by 2040 and 50% by 2050, prioritizing sites of high ecological value and highest regeneration potential. We also have an indicator on the extent and frequency of coastal flooding. Coastal flooding is a key climate change impact affecting ecosystems, infrastructure, and communities, intensified due to rising sea levels, increased storm surges, changing precipitation patterns, and human impacts, again mainly because of urbanization and deforestation. This indicator is also crucial for informing climate adaptation policies, enhancing disaster preparedness, and strengthening coastal resilience. Here we're mainly planning to focus on the square kilometers of flooded coastal areas, and also having some indication on the frequency, mainly on the number of flooding events per year of decade. We also have an indicator on the focusing on the changes in burnt forest areas. Forests are, as you know, are vulnerable to forest fires due to climate change. We have quite a few incidents at the level of the Mediterranean, at the level of the European level. Importance of forest cover, mainly focusing on biodiversity, economy, flood erosion control, and many others. And the intense wildfires impact human health and community safety, destroying assets, infrastructure, and decreasing biodiversity. Very much linked with ecosystem approach implementation, we have a series of updated national action plans. We're preparing a series of updated national action plans and programs of measures for the Mediterranean countries. For the time being, we have 14 completed from Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cyprus, France, Israel, Italy, Lebanon, Libya, Malta, Montenegro, Morocco, Palestine, Spain, and Tunisia, and some other countries are also in the phase of finalizing. The final goal is to have all 21 completed. As you can see here, these are the different pillars that the national action plans cover. In particular, to ICAP, we have the solid waste and land-based plastic pollution, wastewater, cross-cutting, and marine litter and sea-based plastic pollution. These are a series of the 4 pillars which are most relevant to the ecosystem approach. However, also the other pillars that you see here that are integrated into the national action plan are of particular importance, like hazardous substances, herbal stem water, sludge, aquaculture, and many horizontal monitoring aspects. UNEP has also a new Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development in place for the period 2026-2035. They are going parallel with the ecosystem approach. They focus on 6 objectives and 14 thematic targets. The targets that you see colored purple are very much linked with the ecosystem approach. It's target 1 on minimizing the impact of climate change and Mediterranean sea acidification on biodiversity, including plans and actions to build adaptation and climate resilience, nationally determined contributions. Target 2, focusing on good environmental status, and that 30%, and to achieve that 30% of the Mediterranean Sea is protected and conserved. Target 4, focusing on substantially reduced waste generation through prevention, recycling, and reuse, ensuring, and this is the main target, that at least 60% of municipal waste is sustainably recycled. Last but not least, we have target 5, covering effective regulation and policy frameworks, including economic incentives aimed at facilitating the development of sustainable businesses. This is a cross-cutting target which has many links with many SDGs as well. We also have a new regional climate change adaptation framework, which goes hands on hands with the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, MSSD. And COP24 adopted these 2 guiding frameworks for regional and national action and cooperation on sustainable development and climate change for the decade 2026-2035. The regional climate change adaptation framework focuses on nature-based solutions, national determined contributions, integrated coastal zone management, pilots on climate change adaptation, mobilization of public finance, and climate scientific knowledge and information sharing, whereas MSSD focuses on climate change and renewable energies, sustainable water management, marine spatial planning, circular economy, sustainable finance, and now we're preparing 20 flagship initiatives which aim to further promote action-oriented MSSD implementation and also to promote synergies. As you can see that the ecosystem approach, the regional climate adaptation framework, and the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, they have really strong links with the Copernicus Land Monitoring System, and I believe that in the future we will be able to really further interact and maximize synergies. We also have 3 EU-funded projects supporting ecosystem approach implementation. We have 2 from DGN. These are the ecosystem approach Med Plus and the Marine Litter Med Plus projects, and one funded by DG MENA, the SEMPA project, focusing on different aspects of ECAP and time implementation, which I will not go into details, but I would be more than happy to provide additional clarification after this presentation. The latest assessment product is the 2023 Mediterranean Quality Status Report. Here you can see the decision through which the Mediterranean countries adopted the 2023 MedQSR, the website, which I'm inviting you also to visit, and the summary for policymakers. Now, as I have already included during, have already explained during my initial slides, we are moving towards the preparation of the 2031 Mediterranean Quality Status Report, and currently we are preparing the roadmap for the preparation of the 2031 MedQSR, which it's a very basic and important document for us to guide the work on the future years, and this work will be presented during the 13th Ecosystem Approach Coordination Group meeting in November 2026. In terms of, as you probably know, UNEP-MAP is working in creating GES, Good Environmental Status Related Assessments in the Med, and this was also the main objective of the 2023 MedQSR, and it is the target to further improve it for the 2031. Some general findings is that the Mediterranean remains on the way to achieve GES with mixed progress across ecological objectives. Some indicators show improvement, but biodiversity, fish stocks, non-indigenous species, and coastal habitats remain critical. We have some key findings, for example, on biodiversity, that the MPAs cover approximately 9% of the population of endangered species remain of 9%, and that the populations of the endangered species remain vulnerable. With regards to non-indigenous species, we have the number of established non-indigenous species has doubled since 2012, and this is really alerting. With regards to pollution, we have moderate to good in many areas, but acute pollution events, oil hazardous substances, are still remain problematic. With regards to eutrophication, localized events include the majority of the eutrophication events, not increasing overall, but still affecting hotspots. Climate change, with regards to climate change, the Mediterranean warms 20% faster than global average, with mass mortality events and habitat degradation to increase at a very steady pace. And on marine litter, we have hundreds of tons of plastic entering into the Mediterranean daily, with high and persistent densities and slow progress in reducing inputs. With regards to the pressures, we have 3 main pressures: the climate and environmental pressures, the human-driven pressures, and the governance and capacity pressures. With regards to climate change and environmental pressures, we have rapid warming, acidification, sea level rise, and extreme events, as well as hydrographic changes increasing habitat vulnerability. The human-driven pressures have some side clusters focusing on pollution, so persistent inputs from land-based sources, seeping, and acute spills. On marine litter, plastics accumulate in hotspots and circulate for long periods, creating chronic ecological stress and affecting species, habitats, and coastal economies. Overfishing and habitat degradation. Many stocks are overexploited. Seagrass and coralligenous habitats are under stress. The expansion of NIS, which have doubled since 2012, will focus on a few examples: the lionfish, the rabbitfish, the blue carp, and other species who enter into the Mediterranean ecosystems and even harm fisheries. And with regards to coastal development and tourism, we have an intensifying pressure of habitats and water quality coming from the tourism sector. With regards to governance, cooperation faces challenges, uneven monitoring capacities, and limited enforcement, and certainly additional pressure, additional attention should be given on these aspects. On the way forward for 2026 and 2027, for biodiversity and non-indigenous species, we plan to update the guidance fact sheets for biodiversity, ecological objective 1. For us, the guidance fact sheets, and then under the UNEP map terminology, the guidance fact sheets are the primary guidance document which help us align efforts and across the Mediterranean. We plan to work in updating the guidance fact sheets for the benthic habitats, for marine birds, for marine reptiles with focus on sea turtles, on cetaceans as part of the marine mammals, of course, and monk seals, to assess good environmental status of pelagic habitats based on phytoplankton and zooplankton data, technical updates on ecological objective 3, focusing on fisheries, which is an ecological objective which is implemented jointly with the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean, GFCM, and on marine food webs, where we have the new common indicators. We want to develop good environmental status definitions and targets which are essential and of particular importance for the UNEP framework in order to base further technical work. On pollution marine litter, we plan to update the assessment criteria for contaminants and for biomarkers, and to develop reference boundaries for chlorophyll A, total phosphorus and dissolved nitrogen in the northwestern Mediterranean, to enhance monitoring and assessment for contaminants, development of threshold values for oil spills, and to strengthen capacities for IMA pollution competent laboratories, including, of course, updated guidance fact sheets for marine litter, focusing on 4 subcompartments: beach macrolitter, floating microplastics, seafloor macrolitter, and riverine litter. For coast and hydrography, and this pillar is of particular interest to Copernicus Land Monitoring System, we plan to work in conducting an assessment on data availability for the climate change related indicators, and this is where Copernicus could play an important role, and this could be a very tangible synergy. The methodology for GES assessment for land cover change and updated data standards data dictionaries, which is the reporting templates for submitting data, and the development of guidance fact sheets for the 5 candidate common indicators focusing on climate change. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I know it's not easy to focus and to really come with questions from a video recorded presentation, but on the email that you will see, would be more than happy to receive your queries, and we really commit ourselves to be present in the next Copernicus General Assembly meeting or any other relevant meeting of Copernicus Land Monitoring System. Thank you very much, and wishing you a successful meeting.
Yeah, I know. It happened before.
Shall I get it going?
Maybe there's just, I don't know. It was already announced, right?
Yeah, the bell was. I saw I missed all the nice pastries.
Oh, my goodness.
I
You were
stayed
sitting here.
Yeah. I just grabbed the coffee and I came. And this is for the text only, or for slides, for
we have
sharing
slides
as
there.
well? Only there, and the video is also there.
Yeah, everything is there. This is just for me not to forget anything. It's because this video was
Yeah.
overlapping with...
Can I invite everybody to take a seat? Or to stand up if you prefer to follow the session standing? So then we can slowly start again. We are again right on time, so you're doing very well. I would like to introduce the next session because as many of you are aware, the General Assembly also marks a vital milestone. Just like last year we had the introduction or the launch of the LCFM. This year we have the final event in a series of activities related to the 35th anniversary, so it's older than Copernicus, of our flagship product, the Copernicus Land Cover. In the following session, we will learn all about its past, present, and future. So I will let you welcome on stage our moderator, Ana de Souza, CLMS expert at EEA, and she will introduce the rest of the session.
Hello. So, you're not too tired yet. Before we head to the marketplace, which will start around 5, I want to invite you to stay as we spend with us the next half an hour to celebrate an important milestone, which is the 35th anniversary of Copernicus Land Cover. I'm a bit too short for this. And the celebration began last November during the IONET Copernicus meeting. IONET is a network of the European Environment Agency. And we started the celebration in November, and we bring it to a close today. And it feels like the right moment to reflect on the remarkable journey that brought us here. It was 35 years ago, more or less, take a leaf. Copernicus Land Cover started as a bold idea that Europe could build a shared, harmonized, and reliable picture of its land, one that transcended borders and political cycles. And today that idea has grown into one of the world's most enduring and trusted land monitoring products. And I say world because Copernicus is a European, you know, but it has inspired other countries in other continents to do the same. And over the decades, Copernicus has become much more than just a data set. It has become a common language for understanding how Europe landscapes have evolved. It has supported environmental policy, climate action, urban planning, biodiversity protection, and scientific research. It has helped Europe see itself more clearly, its pressures, its progress, and its possibilities. It may not be the highest resolution product, but it is the data set that gives Europe a consistent, long-term picture of land cover land use change across borders and across time. And consistency matters. Copernicus provides a stable reference layer. And in environmental assessment, policy making, a harmonized layer is often more valuable than just the constantly changing high-resolution information. So using this shared methodology and the common nomenclature across countries, Copernicus solved a fundamental governance challenge, which is comparability. And before, national maps were fragmented, inconsistent, difficult to compare at European scale, and Copernicus created this common language for land cover across Europe. Now, what truly matters, it's in this anniversary, it's not only the longevity of this program, but it's the community behind it. It's the analysts, the national teams, the scientists, technicians, policymakers, educators, countless contributors who have ensured that Copernicus remains rigorous, relevant, and resilient. And dedication has transformed a pioneering idea into a cornerstone of European environmental knowledge. Today, as part of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service, Copernicus stands at the intersection of tradition and innovation, and we honor the legacy of consistent and comparable land cover information while embracing new technologies, new methods, and new expectations. The world is changing faster than ever, we all know. And with that comes an even greater responsibility, which is to provide land information that is accurate, accessible, and actionable. And as we look ahead, we have every reason to be ambitious. With new sensors, high-resolution products, evolving user needs, the next chapter of Korean Land Cover will be even more dynamic. We will continue to modernize, to collaborate, and to push the boundaries of what land monitoring can achieve. We will do so with the same spirit that has carried us through the last 35 years: cooperation, scientific excellence, and the shared commitment to Europe's environment. And now we are also about to complete the 6th edition of Korean Land Cover. We call it CLC 2024 for the reference year. And this data set is going to play an important role in supporting reporting under a regulation that requires member states to report on the spatial extent of ecosystems, ecosystem types, and how they change over time. And they will use CLC 2024 to provide this common data foundation that makes the reporting possible across the European Union. So as we conclude this celebration, let us carry forward not only the pride that has been achieved, but also energy for what comes next. And as I mentioned earlier, this anniversary celebration has been ongoing since last November, and to help us remember and register the incredible journey, we have created a website dedicated to the celebration. And since then, we have shared interviews with key contributors. You may know some of them. We have showcased use cases demonstrating the breadth of Korean applications, and we have published story maps, another story map, we have plenty today, that explores the product's history and impact. So, in a nutshell, for this celebration, we have organized 2 events, so one last year and this one today. We have published 6 interviews, 1 observer article, 8 story maps, 1 movie, and 10 social media posts. And this is us celebrating last year and being happy about it. So being here together in a Mediterranean location and with this General Assembly focused on climate change impacts on forests, water, and coastal dynamics, it is worth recalling that Korean Land Cover itself has Mediterranean roots. And you can still see this reflected in the nomenclature that captures these landscapes so characteristic to this region. So to reconnect with those Mediterranean roots, we have created a story map that explores this important part of Korean Land Cover history. It's going to be presented by Christoph Schroeder from the University of Malaga. Is a partner of EEA through the Topic Center on Data Integration and Digitalization. Is a project manager with a background in geography, expertise in GIS, land use land cover, and of course with a particular interest in the Mediterranean. And is also active member of the EU Space Network as a Copernicus ambassador. Maybe some of you already seen it. There's an interactive touch screen over there in the corner. And after the session, you have the opportunity to explore the story map. Christoph, please.
I hope it starts. Yeah, thank you very much. It's a real honor to be in this celebration. I couldn't be in the first one, and now it's great to be here in this Mediterranean setting to launch and present the story map that we developed over the past 6 months, more or less. And since it's a celebration, it's not the Oscars, but I still want to thank a few people, but I'm presenting just work of a group of people. Anna, of course, Frida, Hayden, Barbara, Mario, Oliver, Laura and Claudia, both from EEA, from the Topic Center, so who have contributed their knowledge, not only in this story map, but also in the previous one that you may certainly have explored over the past months. We did the first story map on the evolution. So if you haven't checked it, dive into it. It's really interesting. I think it was interesting for me to learn a bit more about the evolution, about the people, funny pictures, great stories about how Korean emerged and is now a cornerstone of environmental monitoring in Europe. How it is used in the different also thematic and ecosystems. We have this big story map on evolution and then specific ones on Europe in flux, on wetlands, glaciers, infrastructure, urban development, forest and agriculture. So I think it's a really nice way to learn more about Korean land cover and its use. And when we started, I just need to organize myself a bit. When we started thinking about, okay, we wanted to do a second story map, there's going to be a General Assembly in the Mediterranean, and we were aware, or we were made aware at some point about the Mediterranean roots of Korean land cover. We decided to do this, to prepare this story map with a specific focus, really diving into the Mediterranean and understanding how it emerged and what it is used for now in the Mediterranean, in the context of these challenges that the Mediterranean faces. Let's dive into it. So we have organized in such a way that we first present a bit the Mediterranean, as you know, a hotspot for biodiversity. You can check a bit the most important facts about the biodiversity features of the Mediterranean based on data from one of the regional activity centers from Plan Bleu that we have included in this interactive graphic. But at the same time, as you know, as you've noticed while being outside, I guess, Mediterranean is also a hotspot area for climate change and climate change impacts, which we also have included in this context section through an interactive graphic. Based on this context, we then move into what also Anna referred to, the Mediterranean roots of CLC. You may or may not be aware that the idea and the first map production really started in the Mediterranean with Portugal, then moving forward to France. It was adopted by France, Spain, and then rolled out to the whole of Europe. Having these roots clear, now we move to the present and look at the spatial and temporal dynamics across the Mediterranean basin through three focus themes that are relevant for the Mediterranean. One is obviously forest fires and forest and fire recovery, where we look at the Western Balkans with how Korean land cover is able to provide us information about the burnt areas, about areas, about recovered areas, with some zooms into specific areas. The split region that was highly affected by forest fires in 2017. The second topic the second dynamic that is very well monitored by Korean land cover is related to water management and related agricultural changes, with the example of the Alqueva Dam, which was in Portugal, which was constructed between 1995 and 2005, and reached its full water coverage in 2010, so very good monitorable through Korean land cover, and is now the biggest lake artificial lake in the Western Europe. This is not only about the changes in water dynamics, but also about how the construction of this dam affected the agricultural development in this area, with the taking over of irrigated agriculture in this area. And finally, obviously, we wanted to show this in Cyprus, and we prepared an example for Cyprus related to also one of the key and hotspot themes, I would say, in the Mediterranean, which is tourism and the tourism-related coastal developments. where we also can highlight a few examples of the pressure of tourism-related urban developments and infrastructure developments over semi-natural and agricultural areas in the regions, both for residential areas, for infrastructure, and also tourism-related infrastructure like golf courses, etc. And as you very well know, the story maps have the great feature to really dig in and not have this scrolling down, but really interactively explore the maps on your own. And finally, we present a bit the present and future of land monitoring for policy support in the Mediterranean. We have had Korean land cover for the past 35 years. We have new products that you very well know, CLC Plus, Backbone, for instance, that support, and I think we can support the compliance monitoring reporting requirements for also regional policies like the Barcelona Convention, other products like the coastal zone layer, which is really also focusing on an area which within the Barcelona Convention has a high priority. Looking at one article of this convention that you may be aware of, the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Protocol, which looks at the sustainable development and protection of coastal zones, where products like CLC Backbone and the imperviousness layer could in the future, or currently already and in the future, help supporting policy implementation and protection. So we see that the future of Mediterranean environmental governments, European environmental governments, has been linked to Korean land cover, and it will be supported by the current development of the CLMS portfolio. And with this, you get a first glimpse, not only a glimpse, a full overview of what is in the story map. There's much more to see if you dive into the maps. So enjoy with the screen at home, at your computer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christoph. It was really a pleasure to develop with the colleagues and with you this story map focusing Korean. And for me, Korean is very important because it's been at the core of my working life since 2005. I'm not doing it, but I'm managing the contracts that make sure that we can do it. So I've been in charge of 2006, 12, 18, and 2024. So it's like 20 years of Korean land cover. So it's very special for me. Now, I'm going to close this celebration, and we would like to share a short film with you. In just 100 seconds, this video captures something remarkable, which is the richness of Europe's landscapes. And before we watch it, Daniel Raven-Allison will briefly introduce the thinking behind the project. Dan is the director of the movie Europe in 100 Seconds. It's a short film that uses Korean data to show how land is used across Europe. Dan he also made the UK in 100 seconds and the Netherlands in 100 seconds. You can find it online. He calls himself a guerrilla geographer, is a National Geographic explorer, and is also the founder of the National Park City Movement and the Slow Ways Walking Network. Please.
Thank you very much, Anna. How are you all doing? Yeah, brilliant. Anyone here a geographer? Smashing it. Does anyone here like geography, love geography? I think everyone here probably loves geography, I'm imagining. Yes, I used to be a geography teacher before I got into guerrilla geography. Guerrilla geography is radical, alternative, surprising geographies that delight people, but also challenge people to see the world in different ways as well. And I think it's just such a privilege being actually in this building, looking out across this city, and being the complete nerd that I am. I think I can count up maybe 9 or 10 different classes of Korean land classification from up here. As you walk around later over your wine, maybe you can see if you can beat that number. And I became really inspired when I was still teaching in the classroom by these sort of stories that were coming out in the media around the idea that Britain, where I'm from, is full. The idea that Trump was saying at the time that the United States is full. People championing the idea that Europe is full. You think, full of what? For whom? Why? For what purpose? You know, and up here, we're actually in a privileged position because being just this little bit up, we can get a bit more of a perspective of the landscape, can't we? But my guess would be that if the kids here in Valencia are anything like kids in England, if they live in an urban area, they might think that 80% of the world is urban, right? And completely overestimate and underestimate what we're actually using land for around the place. So when it comes to making decisions as a voter, when it comes to making decisions as a policymaker, whether that's the policymaker as a parent at home with what you're putting on the table, or a policymaker from government, how can we make good decisions about how we're using land and what we're putting in our tummies unless we know, have a good sense of proportion of how we're using land around Europe, around our countries, around where we live? So I got thinking about that and got thinking about how could we take the complexity of what we see within our mapping and make something simpler to help people have a better idea, a better sense of proportion of how we're using land. And started off, as Anna said, making one of these films for the UK, then the Netherlands, and then thanks to Anna and Jeff and others in the team, making this film of Europe. And just to say this film is not AI, it's me walking. I went with my drone pilot on a journey around Europe. It was a 9,000 kilometer drive, picking up different types of land around the place, having an absolutely brilliant time to put this film together. And I hope it will give you a new sense of a proportion of how we're using Europe, even though you may be complete experts in this room. And imagine how if we can get this film in front of the eyes of young people and policymakers, how it might help them imagine how we might create more space for affordable housing, also maybe for a lot more nature. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this film. Thank you very much.
What does Europe really look like? To get a better sense of proportion, let's go for a 100-second walk. Using land monitoring research from European satellites, each second of the walk reveals 1% of land and how it looks from above. Europe in 100 seconds. Are you ready? For our first 4 seconds and 4%, we cross build-up areas. Then, for 5 seconds, we wade through wetlands and swim through waters. Bare rock and land with little or no vegetation covers 6% of Europe. For 14 seconds, we explore semi-natural shrubs and grasslands, including moors and heaths, natural grassland, and finally, transitional woodland shrub. This place will grow back to woods again. And for 29 seconds, we are walking in forests. We're in broadleafed forests for 10 seconds. These trees help to regulate our air, climate and water. For 14 seconds we're surrounded by coniferous forest. If you're lucky you might see a bear, lynx or marten. The vast majority are grown and harvested for buildings, fuelwood, paper and furniture. Mixed forests cover just 5% of Europe. The remaining 42 seconds of our journey is over farmland. 9 seconds of which are in a complex patchwork of fields, half with significant amounts of natural vegetation. Pastures for cows and other livestock cover 7% of Europe. Our final 25 seconds are in larger fields of crops. Olives, fruits, vegetables, oilseeds and other non-cereal crops take up surprisingly little space. Cereals use the rest, including barley, corn for your cornflakes, cornbread and tacos. And Europe's largest crop, wheat. Around half of EU cereals are fed to pigs, chickens, cows and other livestock. At a time of environmental crisis, when 1 in 5 European species faces the risk of extinction, isn't it time to rethink how we use our land? I'd like to restore more habitat. I think more balance would be better. So how might we make more space for nature?
Thank you. That was really impressive, if you ask me. I think you all experienced the premiering. How do you say it like that in English of this video? So that was a very nice one. Take it home, spread the video. I would say it's a very nice representation of the environmental status in Europe, and at the same time what we can do with the land service for it. So. Really, I'm impressed. Anyway, It's time, unfortunately, to wrap up the day, but we have still one session for you, which is, you may know from last year's, the Marketplace session, a dedicated session for interacting, networking, and showcasing innovation. It will take place right after this event in La Succursale room, which is, I expect, just next here, as well as on the terrace, so you can go in and out. And you can go there to meet service providers, project leads, and data experts contributing to the evolution of CLMS. So basically, all people working in their daily life with CLMS products or services, or the masters of all the systems, and you can go and ask them all questions you ever wanted to ask them. This will take place until more or less 6 hours, and after that, I warmly invite, well, it's meanwhile the air conditioning is working very well, so I freshly invite you to the networking reception and dinner, which is taking place downstairs in La Maritima restaurant, where we had lunch as well. And then, I don't know until when this is, but I will wish you a very nice evening. Enjoy the networking session and the reception and dinner. And I hope I see you tomorrow again at 9 on this place. Thank you.